All right. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Um, I'm back. We haven't officially started yet. We're doing some testing it's my first time getting everything going. So you're welcome to stick with us. It won't be that long before everybody shows up. Um, of course, any feedback on audio, on video is greatly appreciated, especially since I had to reinstall everything today. I'm sure it changed some settings that I'll have to go in and figure out. So we'll see. But yeah, how is everyone doing tonight? Feel free to hit us up in the chat while we're tweaking things and making sure everything's working right. Okay, so we got audio, we got video. Let me go back over here. Okay, that should stay the same. Okay, that looked good. Oh my god, I think I spent like 3 hours on Twitter today. Well, yeah,
But I bet you're happy to have your computer back.
fuck yes. And so far, I am loving it. To me, it didn't seem like it took a lot of effort. I mean, Zack did most of the, like, technical shit because it's easier for him to get down into the box. And I might be just the weirdo around here. But, like, I don't know. There was something sexy about that motherboard.
I mean,
She's just pretty. Just black and silver and a little more compact than my old board. Just very pretty. So, we were able to recycle my power supply, which looked great, and it's 1,000 watt anyway. So I figured that would still be good for the setup I'm running. And we recycled my case, so I still have Frankie.
nice, very nice,
All
very
my
nice.
all my pictures of, I'll put those up. In fact, I'm planning tomorrow to try to put together something as an update for all the GoFundMe people that were so amazing. Um, I'm still blown away. So yeah. Unfortunate thing is, I'm not sure I can make a video unless I try to do it from my desktop because my mic doesn't work on my phone. I have no clue what happened, but I tried calling Zack this morning and he's like, hello? Hello? So then I like tried to just make a video on my phone of myself and there's no sound. You want to hear the fucked up thing?
What's the fucked up thing?
It's 3 days past warranty.
It's the way it is. It's always the way it is.
Oh yeah, I already figured that shit out when like, they have the chips on your debit card and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They make those things to wear out like 6 months before they'll issue you a new card. I swear to God.
Yeah,
We've been through it like twice.
mine has worn out way too often.
Thank God for Tap. I use Tap anywhere I can. And half the time, I just use my damn phone. I'm like, ding. Ah. Uh, and then I was super incredibly lucky to get this bad boy. And I won't show off on this stream just because it would take a bit of effort, but it has a footrest that unfolds. And like the back seat, for real, like, good night. I'm loving it. Back sport's great.
Gosh, it's funny because I have lumbar support on mine too, but like I always sit with my ass slightly forward away from my seat, so it's not like I ever get to actually use it.
Oh, mine came with This little buddy. And you just lock it in the bottom down there, and it fills that gap.
Nice.
I think I'll take my brace off, though. I've noticed with this chair I haven't needed it as much, which is a good thing. And scoot, and scoot. And it's got lift. I'm actually... It's funny, I can actually sit with my feet don't touch the floor. I'm such a shorty. No, TikTok, I would not try an avocado brownie. What the fuck are you letting these people make? Oh, Jesus. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Where's everybody? I know, it's still early. I'm just hyped. I'm hyped.
Well, tonight's definitely a night to be hyped for. It is session 30, and this is kind of the culmination of what started 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I'm sure we can give everybody, as best we can, a little run-up, catch-up to what landed us where we are.
Yeah, well, we will give a very brief recap of last week, because I'm certain everybody's going to need a little bit of a recap, although perhaps not too much.
Oh, I know she's gonna cry all day, but oops, never mind. She cannot come in. Pop the neck, pop my neck. I still can't believe that CPU. That's just blowing me away. I used to run like 40 to 60. And I'm actually on 60 FPS, which like before I had to scale everything down to like throttle at 30.
That's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Which explains a lot now, like, of why things look the way they did. Another reason this is a test is I didn't really have the time today to sit down and go through all of the OBS settings to see if they're defaulted or if it somehow saved my settings. So, because I still had to rebuild the scenes somewhat. I use Stream Elements to build what I call the skeleton of what I want. And also Stream Elements basically houses like the alerts and the little subscriber bar. But anything else I want to add has to be done on top. And I think the only thing I really had to work with was my in-chat screen and my in-game screen. I needed to add my video. But I was really surprised. I did not have to do like I was scared like tonight was just going to be horrible and it was not going to look nice or work out. But so far I'm happy. Let's see. So we're okay. Both of us are on mic. That's good. Okay. I had Pretzel open for jams, but let me see. Let's see if I can open it on top. I just have to check my volume. Am I still listening? What station am I listening to? Oh, industrial? Okay. Throw something on the background that's actually legal. And what I find really stupid is, and if it gets too loud, let me see. Where's your volume, dude? Oh, that's 0, so there we go. Twitch's songs that they'll allow are different than shit YouTube will allow. And so if you don't make sure the program, like the program I'm using has a YouTube safe button, so even if you're just doing Twitch, it makes sure to keep that shit out.
Right.
But yeah, I have seen streamers where something slipped because they were just using a certain program that didn't. And so you upload your stuff to YouTube and you get screwed.
Burb.
Yep. Loving this new shade. Well, anybody hanging out in the chat, hit me up. I've missed you guys so much. Oh, I need to turn off those alerts. Excuse me. I did not realize those were on. Pop. Let's hope that worked. Let's hope that works so we don't hear those again. Like I said, brand new computer, so there's a lot to tweak and play with. Who's in chat? See a couple people. Not sure if you guys are bots or not, but hi, how are you? Oh, let me see if I can open Twitch on my phone. Okay, so we'll close that. Let's see. No, she should be fine. Okay. We'll just add some tags so we can share that we are here. So that will be cool. Let's see. Add some tags, yeah. Role play, definitely. Oh, there's the share button. I missed that. I hope you're all doing great today. Let's fix my chair. Oops, wrong lever. I just dropped like 3 feet. Gotta find the right lever for this new chair. There we go. I was trying to fix my back a little bit. I leaned a little too far back there. There we go. Feels good. Where else should we share to? Am I not even logged into my Discord? Is that the issue? My phone is not liking that. Well, I'm in the wrong. There we go. Okay. There we go. I know, I'm sorry. A lot of dead air. We're running just a little early just to do some testing for anybody that's just joining me. New computer, new setup, so tonight could be working out some kinks, or maybe we'll get lucky. Everything will work out fine. So we'll see how it goes. Oops, let me see. We got a few more joining us. We have a Zack.
Maybe. No video.
Oh, watch your mic. Whoa. Can you lower that, please?
Lower what?
Your mic is super loud.
Okay, my camera's not working.
We can see you.
There it goes. Oh, I couldn't see me for a while. It wasn't loading.
Yeah, for some reason your mic is... Yay, Jeremy. Hi. Yeah, your shit's super loud. Well, I appreciate you showing up. Okay.
I haven't changed any of my sound settings either, so I don't know why all of a sudden. It's the same mic we used yesterday. Another individual has tested positive.
Yeah, I know. I just got that. What up? Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's up with the mics.
Is it just mine?
Yeah, I can hear you guys, but Zack's, I don't know.
I don't hear anyone else. I just hear you, and everyone else, their videos just...
Then you need to refresh. And you just got out.
Like any better or still super loud?
Pretty loud.
Man, this is getting stupid.
I know.
Is Knox with us?
Yeah, he said he was gonna be right back. I think he's just taking care of something.
I was just making sure that I wasn't that I didn't have a bad connection because I don't see him.
Yeah, no, that's his new pick. I'm just sitting here and doing some shures. Just trying to hit up all that promoting.
Sorry, welcome back. Welcome back. Tend to the mail because had packages. Wanted to get my new rings. Can anybody hear me? Am I just talking?
Yes. No. I can hear you.
I can hear. I'm just trying to get my mic working because apparently it's super loud. So.
Doesn't seem super loud to me.
Really? Why is that?
Pixie's telling me it's super loud.
Well, if anybody in the chat can let us know what you guys are hearing, if we all sound the same.
All sound just cut out for me.
I can hear you.
I can't hear anything.
What's up, Scott?
Hey, I had to reload because I still wasn't seeing you.
I think roll.
Anytime I open the sound menu, it cuts out all my sound. Anytime I open the sound menu to like do anything, my sound disappears, so I can't hear anything if I even open the menu to adjust anything.
Hell,
And that's in Roll20?
No, that's on Windows 10. That's operating system.
I hate to... I was going to say I hate to say it, but do you think you need a restart?
I've got updates to install, so if I restart now, it's not going to come up anytime soon.
Okay, don't worry about that crap.
so what's the problem?
Well,
Pixie says
Jeremy...
I'm loud.
Okay, look, Jeremy's saying that everyone was actually a little low, so I'm bringing up the overall desktop audio. Let's see. Let's bring it to that, and then we'll...
Testing. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we're hitting yellow line, so that should be fine for, hopefully for people hearing us. I'll just have to kind of deal with what's in my head.
I mean, you are a Malkavian.
Right? Okay,
So-
I think I've pretty much boosted as much as I can boost. So there we are.
Now, Pix, can you see me?
No.
I
I
don't know
can
what
see
the
you.
hell. What is going on here? Okay, let me.
Maybe roll 27 issues tonight.
I think it is because even before I started streaming, I had to like refresh and I had to restart my computer because it didn't. My camera, it took a
Yes.
bit.
Third time it now. Hopefully, it's working.
I see everybody and I hear everybody.
Did something change with the character sheets?
The character sheet.
If you look at the skills or the traits that have the dots in them, it's like the dots are like down to the bottom right. They look like googly eyes because they're not centered. At least on my screen.
Not on my screen. They look the same on my screen as they always have.
Wait,
I
you
mean,
said
My dot is not in the center.
you said to go to.
So much stuff going on today.
Open your character sheet and go to traits.
Well, yeah, no, like that's always how it's been.
Really? It looks like googly eyes?
Yeah, like
'Cause it's
they're
like
not.
What do you
down
mean
to the right.
traits? You mean
Like if you look at any of your
Details?
skills or any of your traits,
Yeah, look at the black dot inside.
the black dot is not centered. It is slightly off center.
Oh,
yeah, they always have been.
It's always
Yeah.
been slightly off center.
I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Come on, Zack.
right now they're specifically standing out. They look like little googly eyes instead of.
It's because it's our 30th time to get together. That's why
It
they look
is
that way.
indeed. They are.
Hey, Zach, you want to take a guess on what my CPU's running at right now?
Mm.
0.001%.
Well, I'll put it this way. Before, even when we were just doing this, I had nothing else open, not even Pretzel. She was running at like 60. Right now I'm at 1.2% CPU usage. Okay, now let's see. Watch, Martha will show up and everything will be like perfect. See, we see her and she talks and it's fine for her.
Hi guys.
That's awesome.
Some issues.
My CPU's pegged at 100.
Oh God, is this what we're doing? Is this how we're doing our dick measuring contest for tonight?
Right.
Like the CPUs and stuff like that?
Well, just because I've got the new. This is new. This is everything put together.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I know. I saw the setup.
She likes to brag now because she already
it's not
got
a
better
brag.
PC.
It's like, oh my God,
No.
I didn't think that. Okay. All right. Well, do I have an echo?
Yep.
A little bit of one.
I don't hear any echo at all.
Well, I'm gonna take Pretzel down.
All right, narcissist, just chill, okay?
Who is a narcissist? Who are we talking about?
Oh my God, mythology, love, mythology. This is Greek mythology.
What the fuck? Okay.
Echo.
Sorry for opening my mouth.
Echo was a nymph who was in love with Prince Narcissus.
Okay.
And in order to spite her father, she was like cast like in love with him, with Narcissus, and he found himself at a pool and was like, "Oh my God, look how gorgeous I am! I'm only gonna love myself." And so he was like looking at himself, saying his own name, and she was like repeating whatever he said, like "I love you, I love you." So he died staring into the pool while she died obsessing over him like 10 feet away, repeating himself. So she becomes the echo that you hear, and he becomes narcissism.
Well, I know about the narcissism. I just didn't know about the relationship with anything that was an echo.
They're tied. They're very.
I love my Greek mythology. I do. All right. Well, I guess we'll do our intro. So, Monday night, Vampire the Masquerade. Thank you guys for joining us tonight, and putting up with our tweaks and mishaps. Shenanigans is a good word. So it's been some time. I've been away. As some of you know, I have multiple health problems, and at one point I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I was at one point told by a doctor I had a heart attack. But with further testing, thankfully my heart is actually fine. I'm being sent to some other specialists to get this looked at. I'm by no means anywhere near 50%, but I'm here. And I want to bring up my GoFundMe I started. My computer absolutely crapped out. It was not able to stream or game. And you guys came to the rescue. I'm still blown away. It takes a lot not to tear up when I think about it. But I was able to put together an amazing little machine. And with the leftover, I bought an ergonomic chair to help with the back issues. And I found a great deal, so I didn't go outside of my range. It was a very good deal. So I just really can't thank everybody enough, even if you just shared or tweeted or anything. But and of course, everyone that donated. I know I'm rambling now, but to put that out there. So thank you for joining us at the playground. I'm Pixie, your variety streamer. And tonight we are joined by our storyteller, Knox. Idaho, played by Skot. Victor, played by Zack. I play Alice, our Malkavian. And we've got Michael, played by Martha. And we've been gone for quite a while. So there's a little bit to catch you up on as best we can. Yeah, so let's start out with a little bit of a recap. Knox, what have we got?
So, let's start off on the foot we always start off on. Welcome to our Vampire the Masquerade 5th Edition Chronicle, Philly by Night. Session 30, guys.
Woo!
We've been... This is a big night for a couple different reasons. It's our 30th session, but it is also the continuation of our last session, which ended...
Yeah, you guys missed a lot. It's going to be a lot to catch up.
So, Pix has asked for a recap, and well, we do not have the time to recap. She and I were talking about this. We stopped videoing and streaming on session 24. So there's 6 nights plus solos to recap. So instead of doing all of that, what we're going to do is I'm going to put together a brief synopsis and put together a little video, and she's going to post it kind of as an in-between if you've got any questions about what's happened over the last several weeks.
Yeah, so that'll go up on the YouTube once we get that put together and packaged.
But for tonight's recap, since I am sure that everybody needs a little bit of a recap from the last week, or since we had to skip last week.
Yes.
So, the last time that the coterie was together, Idaho woke up to a guest in his room, Nosferatu Sonny, who warned him Charles was planning on using Elysium to declare Praxis over Philadelphia, and was also planning on using Carmine's absence to force someone who might be more friendly to Camarilla interests into a leadership role within the Hecata. She left, leaving Idaho to figure out exactly what the fuck they were going to do. Alice woke up to Lane basically attempting to feed Ruby an egg sandwich through a straw because of her lockjaw. Vic woke up and gave Romano more blood to help him heal. They decided collectively that they needed to enlist help. So they headed to Guilt to see Sabine. Arriving at Guilt, they had to intimidate their way to get an audience with the woman herself. But once they did, between some bartering and some pleading, they were able to procure a cask of Elder Vitae. The coterie then headed back to the club formerly known as New Rain. They then enlisted the Tremere that were in the apartments to come help. After Kai suffered an attack from a shadowy presence and had to leave, the Tremere were able to put Carmine back together with the newly resurrected head of the Hecata, at least in Philadelphia. The coterie took their limo ride on their way to Elysium. So, Elysium. Elysium is, to vampires, a party. It's a place to network. It's a place to publicly settle grudges and privately ignite new ones.
Mm-hmm.
It is neutral ground, in theory. In reality, it is a microcosm of the autocracy that is the Camarilla, where those who are up high make the rules, and those who are at the bottom get used to make the rules. With that in mind, let's tell a vampire story. So, as we do at the beginning of every evening, let's start with some. Let's start with. Actually, we don't need to do housekeeping, do we?
No.
Because it's the beginning of the session from last time.
Yes, we're continuation.
So, instead of that, the question is: you are in the limo ride to Elysium. You have a little bit of time to plan, to discuss things. How are you going to approach this?
I mentioned in the last session that I was going to spend that time just trying to fill Carmine in on everything that happened, and at least trying to prepare him for what he's about to walk into, since he's been out of the loop for a while.
Okay. So just to narrow it down for me a little bit, Vic, when you say fill Carmine in, what is the time frame that we're talking about here?
I guess from when we went missing, from when we got kidnapped, and then from when we came out and realized that he was in the basement of our club, and then
Yeah, definitely fill him in on the First Inquisition, the fact that there was no Camarilla. Actually, I would also like to see if Idaho could text out to Seti, see if she can get any hard evidence that what it's not the Ventru that are really all about their own clan as much as the Roses are, right? And then there's one more too.
So that tends to be specific to localities. In general, clans will go for themselves before they'll go for anything else. So Ventru will be more inclined to deal with Ventru. Gangrels will be more inclined to suffer gangrels. Perhaps the only one where that is a real mixed bag would be Malkavians.
That's okay.
Because of the nature of their insanity. They might, in fact, be more inclined to stay away from one another than to attempt to network.
But if something happened to a Malkavian, it would be very much like Musketeers, if I'm not mistaken.
Explain how you're saying, what you mean by that?
If an injury happens to a Malkavian, it is taken an attack to all Malkavians.
Not so much, but in the way that one could say that because of the cobweb, even if they weren't consciously aware of it, they would be perhaps subconsciously aware of the infringement upon another Malkavian.
Okay.
So that's
that's the thing. All right, never mind. I was just wondering, in an attempt, that was it. But yeah, Idaho, never mind. Ignore what I was gonna say.
I could still send
a text to Sunny, see if they have any hard evidence of lack of cam, or I don't know. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay. So going now, so Vic, you are currently spending the time talking to Carmine about what's happened. Idaho, do you have any contacts, any calls you want to make out, anybody you want to reach out to before you?
Well, I was ready to text Sunny.
Yeah.
And
you
then
sure you didn't want to call Samantha?
Oh, she'll be there. We worked something out already.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna need Vic's help with that though, but we worked something out.
You need Vic's help with what when it comes to Samantha?
We're not gonna squash her head. Come on, guys. Jeez, perish the thoughts. But I'm okay. Idaho, he's sort of like the junior guy here, doesn't really know what's going on, is sort of retreating into the corner of the plush back seat. I'm not sure what he thinks.
Yeah, this would be your first time to Elysium, wouldn't it?
No,
that is not
true. He was turned
not counting the night that I got to witness my sire's head getting cut.
Okay.
A lot of heads getting separated from bodies. But if there seems to be some desire for us to somehow try to acquire evidence during the ride to Elysium against Charles, I mean, he could shoot a text over to Sunny. Otherwise, it's more like just kind of going along for the ride and see what happens.
I think like anything that we can get that's like solid to like help us devalue him and diminish his like image, especially considering like the breach of the Masquerade of selling out a whole kind of vampire kind to like the Second Inquisition.
Right. But I mean, as far as I could do it. I just don't know what's going to happen during the limo ride.
Right. Might as well just
yeah.
text her, see if she can get anything solid and meet us there.
Yeah, and I think we had already started looking into Charles's involvement in, because we've already pretty much assumed he worked with the Inquisition.
We have a lot of circumstantial evidence.
Well, I mean, I'll shoot her a little text. I'll say, "Hey, Sunny, we're on our way to Elysium. If you guys have any
to fuck up Charles's, like, yeah,
you know, especially in relation to, you know, the mass kidnappings of non-Camarilla vampires into the hands of the Inquisition, it would be much appreciated if you guys could show up with it."
You do not receive a response. Vic, you're talking to Carmine. Alice, what are you doing?
I'm checking in with Ruby, of course. I gotta keep her ass in check. Yeah, I guess you know what? I'm gonna send a text to both her and Lane.
Lane actually texts you back a picture of them sitting on the couch. They're in sweatpants, and Ruby is in like a Pokemon themed onesie.
That's my girl. She probably stole it out of my closet anyway, but yeah.
I want one.
I actually have one. It's in there right now. As long as they stay put, and I just text back, you know, good, have fun. Let me know if there's a hunger issue, and just play it safe tonight. Stay in.
You get back a can do from Lane, and XOXO, heart, XOXO, winky face from Ruby.
Oh my God.
How is it somehow being, you know, changed and by a Malk? Like, how is it she seems a little nicer and more sane lately?
Drugs.
Drugs. Is she on the... Really? Come on. Yeah, the let's levitate.
Stop.
Michael, what are you doing on your way to Elysium?
I'm trying to go over all of the loose allyships that we have like created before entering. And I'm thinking, I'm going to be there with Carmine, also filling him in to all of the things, including how like Carmelo was the dude and that sold us out and him out, and
Charles was part of that, no doubt about it.
Well, it could have also been Victoria.
Well, the Camarilla was part of it. How about that?
Yeah. And how like they took the opportunity of all of us being rounded up by like the Second Inquisition to expand networks.
Mm-hmm.
Carmine is mostly quiet. His questions are few and mostly clarifying. It is very obvious that he is keeping his own counsel. The drive is reasonably short. You arrive at the location for Elysium tonight, which is the Walnut Street Theater. The Walnut Street Theater, founded 1809, it is the oldest theater in the United States.
Oh, wow.
It has 3 separate stages, and it has been known to house pre-Broadway tryouts of many classics, including A Streetcar Named Desire with Marlon Brando and Gigi with Audrey Hepburn. Tonight, they are hosting a couple different shows. The limo parks, and the driver simply
That's what I.
Sorry.
looks at the sneezing Baron of West Philadelphia.
Oh, my God. Vampires don't sneeze. Come on now.
Okay. Hey.
And says, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of blood. No, says you're on the list.
Better be.
Of sneezers.
So, this is your last opportunity to make some plans, if you have any that you want to make before you head in.
So I would actually like to talk to the coterie. Like,
Yeah, I was
out of
about to say,
game.
what is the plan?
Yeah, out of game. Because, like, so as far as I know,
Vic smash.
well, yeah.
Get on in there, Vic. We'll be out here cheering you on, buddy.
So Charles is trying to basically pull in all of the control of the city, like take over the city.
Yeah.
He doesn't think that we have any cards in the back pocket. The fact that we have Carmine with us is a huge card in the back pocket. This is basically like a show of the cam. Now, I don't know how. I kind of want to like open up the flaw of his betrayal against Kindred and like kind of put a target on his back to anybody who is actually like also highly ambitious in the Camarilla. That's what I've been kind of floating back to. Does anybody have anything else than that?
Yeah, I mean, I well, go ahead, Idaho.
I was just kind of waffling because we really are in a tight position because we haven't made a lot of, or we haven't forged a lot of alliances since we've got out, even though so many vampires in the city are indebted to us.
We could play on that.
We could try, but I'd be worried without us having solidified that ahead of time. If we went in there and tried to face off against Charles and it didn't look like, things were going that great, how many vampires are going to stick their head out for us in that moment?
Well, you think if we didn't just walk in with
I mean, but
Carmine,
this is where like
or Carmel, whichever one, the
Yeah.
one
So
that's
don't-
with us.
don't
we
forget-
walk in there with Carmine
Also-
and let Carmine and Charles duke it out.
right.
Well,
So
what I'm-
Carmine is like a backup. It's like
That's what I'm suggesting. We walk in with what little evidence we have, other than, hey, look at us, we're still alive, assholes. And if and I don't know. Even if we should wait for a reaction, just be like, oh, yeah, and by the way, we brought a friend.
Well, I'd imagine.
I mean, he's going to come in with us,
Yeah,
like at the
Carmine's
same time.
present.
So that's going to cause like a disturbance already.
Yeah.
I
I was
think
thinking
like,
he could
also,
hang
like,
back, and then like one of us escort him
roll-
in after we made our play.
What's our
Well,
plan?
that's not a play. Like that's kind of like what
No,
if he just
like
decides
to
not
plead
come
our
in?
case, like not plead our case. That's
Okay.
not the way to put it. But
Okay.
just to explain that, like, you guys really tried to fuck us over, and the fact that we're still standing and we have all these people indebted to us in the meantime. And obviously that's not going to make huge waves as an argument, but it
So the
might
argument
stall
is-
enough. What I'm going for is the element of surprise.
Okay, but what do we have a surprise for?
Carmine's
The way that we reveal Carmine.
And now, okay, like now what I was trying to do was like figure out exactly who owes us for like putting all that shit to bed and figure out the way to like call them out on the floor of Elysium.
Not a bad idea. I see where you're going there.
Even though this is only supposed to be between the player characters, since this would be a discussion that would be being had in front of Carmine, it would be relevant to note that he would probably point out to you that you are approaching this as if you were walking into a situation as if you were amongst equals. Elysium is a Camarilla institution that is being hosted by Thomas, who will be basically the adjudicator, but this is political gamesmanship at its height. Attempting to walk in and act like you are going to own the floor from the moment you walk through is likely to end up very poorly.
Right, and I'm not expecting that, but I'm hoping to be able to like open a speech, be able to address
in some way, ask for the floor and hope to get it.
But considering that, I think Michael's strengths are in oration. I am not, what's it called? I'm not Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but I'm feeling like Michael might have some skills that way.
I mean, you can walk. You've definitely got that.
Thanks.
So just keep in mind.
I'm no Churchill, no Roosevelt, but maybe can
just walking in is going to be impressive, right? Is that what you're saying? We're not supposed to know that what Charles is doing. That's the first thing. That's not public knowledge.
True.
So I'm assuming that what Charles is planning is he's gonna have us all there. He's gonna say the cam has reached a point where we're able to declare praxis. I don't know if he's gonna say are there any objections or not. We don't have to say a damn thing. We could throw Carmine at him, and then after Charles is done, we just go about our merry way. Who gives a shit?
I'm kind of leaning with Idaho on this one. Fuck him.
We might want to just go in there and just kind of see what happens first.
I mean, that's kind of the best we can do. We don't really have much to go with other than that.
Our biggest thing is that Charles needs financial backing to do praxis, and he's expecting to get it from the Hecate because he doesn't expect Carmine to be there. So it's almost as if we can just say, sick him, Carmine, and just watch the blood fly.
Well,
yes, I'm definitely agreeing with this plan.
Then if something happens, like if Charles says, we've always had Kindred's best interest at heart or some shit like that, then we could react. But it might be good just to kind of go in and see what happens.
And that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Idaho. That's basically where I was floating around as well. Because we don't have a lot in the back pocket. We've just been able to gather ourselves back up together and bring Carmine back.
Yeah, I'd be leery about too much fronting because all Charles has to do is, well, what have you guys been doing? How strong are you? What's the situation in your nightclub? And then that's just going to hand him an opportunity to make us look weak.
Right. Agreed. So I say we just walk in and play dumb.
Well, let's at least, if we have the opportunity, we take credit for bringing Carmine back.
Well, I mean, that's going to be kind of self-evident, especially if we bring him in.
Let's do it.
Okay, so here is a question: are you going to go with Alice's?
Sorry, guys, hold on. Okay.
Are you going to go with Alice's original plan, which is to have Carmine hang back and then bring him in at a dramatically opportune moment? Or are you going to just bring him in with you guys?
I vote for bring him in with us. That'll unsettle things immediately.
Right.
We should do our best to get the Camarilla off their foundation.
How would we bring him in at an opportune moment?
Well, you guys have cell phones.
True.
Or one of us could even stay outside and then escort with them.
I could stay with him.
Yeah, and I was going to say you would likely need to do that, as you are most certainly on the guest list to get into for Elysium, but Carmine probably is not. He would probably be able to flex his muscle as who he is to be able to get in, but having someone there would expedite him coming in.
Or we just bring him in with the 4 of us.
That is also an option.
I mean, it just depends how you guys want to do it. I vote for bringing him in immediately and just unsettling things right off the bat, rather than letting Charles have any moment of thinking that he's in control.
Well, okay, so that's part of the thing. So like I would like to I guess turn to Carmine and just be like
Yeah, maybe what do you prefer, damn?
no, so as I was saying, I'm going to turn to Carmine and express to him that there is a good there's good reasons to believe that that Charles was instrumental in Carmelo's motions. And
when you say that that you believe that Carmelo was being that Charles had something to do with that, Carmine's eyes immediately narrow, and he, in his typical demeanor, asks you, says, "What proof do you have of this?"
Just out of game to remind you, all we have is, I think that Ariel told us that. That's what I think all we have.
To which I will say, Ariel is his.
And she the Hecate also?
Yeah,
yes,
right?
Ariel is a member of the Hecate.
Okay. I'm going to say, as proof, I have the word of a member of the Hecate, one of your Hecate. As observation, you can see the dance moves at the end of it. So his maneuvering of us away from attention and you're away from attention. He made a play with Charles in order to man up. As of now, it's circumstantial, but it seems fairly evident.
Carmine shakes his head and says, "Ariel's proclamations will be dismissed as member of the clan. She is not a member of the tower. Her voice does not carry weight," which leaves you with circumstantial evidence, which will get you laughed at.
What did Victoria tell us about this whole thing? Like, how did we get the deed from her?
We went and asked for it, and she
gave it to Vic.
She would be more likely to have something to do with this.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, we're standing right outside the door getting ready to walk in, and this is stuff that we would have had to work out ahead of time. I mean, the best thing...
We just got to make a choice.
The best thing I think we go for right now is, Carmine, Charles is counting on the funding of your clan in order to make this happen.
Yeah. So that's exactly probably what I would have turned around, since that was the intention of bringing this up with him in the first place. So I would have, thank you. I would have continued with what Idaho.
What's his name?
I would have been like, yes, I recognize that everything is circumstantial, but I also recognize that there will be a great request put upon you tonight. And this might weigh on whether or not you feel like acquiescing or not.
Carmine chuckles to himself and basically shakes his head. And that is all he has to say about that. So.
Let's go in.
So, all 5 of you are going in?
Yeah, let's go in. Because Carmine is more valuable as vamps go.
When you walk up to the front door, there is a very human person there at the box office whose eyes, when he sees Idaho and Michael, like his eyes go kind of saucery. That
we don't even have on yet.
That falters fairly quickly when he looks over your shoulders and sees the lumbering presence of Carmine and the massive Vic. Can I help you? Are you here for a show? What show would you like to see?
He says that to Carmine?
He says that to all of you.
And I'll say I'm on the list. I should have tickets reserved.
He pulls up a clipboard with what looks like a phone book clipped to it.
Seriously.
And he's like, name?
Baron Michael Starwell.
He starts going down the list. Goes Baron. Like Trump's kid's name?
Michael Starwell.
Oh, got it. Okay. When did you call yourself a Baron? That's weird.
Can I kill him?
What's going on
It's
here?
It's also a title if you're not up on your vocabulary.
He's like, oh, you're a Baron? Where are you from? It's got to be someplace from Europe, isn't it?
Look,
it's from a place that's losing their patience and would like to go inside.
Sorry.
Thank you, Michael.
After a minute, he goes, oh, yes. He goes, here. He says, I'm supposed to direct you to the back to head to the elevators to go to the proper theater. The doors open, and you are ushered in. It feels in here less important and less old than you would expect, given some of the accolades and the history here. In many ways, it feels very small town.
Rundown.
Not rundown. It is very, very well maintained, but it is
historic.
I would go so far as to say it feels very
very quaint.
Yes.
Okay.
Lots of the carpet is plush, but it is not very nice. The colors are kind of contrasty. It does not look very nice. The walls, there's wood paneling in some places. There's very long blank areas where there's nothing on the walls, and then there are areas where it looks very, very cluttered. It looks very a relic of its own time.
Yes. Ooh, hi, sweetie. Hi. Where'd you come from?
As you head to the back, the elevators open up, and inside there is a woman that you know, Michael. She is voluptuous with kind of frizzy, frazzly hair that kind of shoots out in all directions. Mm-hmm. She has caramel-colored skin and huge, huge eyes. Her name is Vivica. You know her because she is a Toreador but also because she is what is known as a harpy.
That's what I was about to ask you. Who are the harpies of Elysium right now? That's what I wanted to ask coming into this. Thank you.
She is one.
So she's the harpy.
She is a harpy.
Hey.
Are there any other? Do I know of any others?
You do not currently know of who all of the harpies are, but Vivica has been a harpy for a very long time.
Okay.
When you step in to this elevator,
Hey, no, quit it. Sorry.
it is not just you. There are also Kine who board the elevator with you. She smiles pleasantly and says, "Going up," and then hits all of the different floors going all the way up. At every single floor, the doors open. Some of the Kine exit, some stay. At every floor. She looks at you, Michael, and with an almost imperceptible shake of the head, she lets you know this is not your floor. When she gets to the top floor, she hits the stop button. She touches the floor numbers 4, 5, 3, 2, and 1. Instead of heading back to the 4th floor, the elevator descends all the way down to the 1st. Before the doors open, she hits the stop button again and hits the numbers 1 and 3 at the same time.
I know where this is going.
The elevator descends.
Mm-hmm.
It is a long time. Seconds pass, then maybe a minute.
Oh.
The elevator settles and opens, and the hallway that this elevator opens into is not the quaint type of theater that was above. This is a theater entrance, an entry lobby of marble with giant columns. Everything is black. The columns go up so high that they appear to just disappear into the darkness. Here, as you step out, you are greeted by Thomas. He greets each of you by name in turn, and then says, "You all know me personally, as well as my position as Keeper of Elysium." He looks at you, Idaho, and says, "You, Neonate, have not been to an Elysium since your first. So let me fill you in on the rules." It says use no disciplines here. If any disciplines are used on you, you are to let me know. Do not attempt to be combative. Do not attempt to enact revenge should that happen. They will be judged and judged harshly for their use of powers during Elysium. This is neutral ground. You are expected to be respectful. You are expected to follow the rules. But you will also feel the benefits of those rules as long as you are within them. With that, this is also a neutral ground for kindred of all kind. So while you may have political differences with those who are here, do not attempt to act them out within these walls.
I jab Michael. I'm like, yeah, just political, huh?
He says, with that, I hope you'll enjoy your night. He steps to the side. There's a smattering of people who are milling about here in the main lobby. So, the first question to ask is, what are you going to do now?
Stay close to Carmine. See what happens as he emerges.
As Carmine gets off the elevator, you see Thomas's eyes widen a bit. But beyond that, there is no perceptible response to Carmine's emergence.
Okay.
So nobody here questions why he was gone so long with no...
I mean, yeah, they're gonna play it cool. We're in the Senate right now. Everything is like
on it.
Yeah, nobody's going to give themselves away right now, but everything that's like seen implies a lot. So there's a lot of like in between the lines and subtext going on. This is politics. This is where the masks are very tightly affixed to the face.
Well, I mean, as Alice has stated before, she gives two fucks about politics per se until like it really, really interferes and she has to make a drastic decision. And I think that's evident because I've always leaned on Michael to help
but like
make
this is the most important right now. Like we have like kind of come out through the other end. We're not necessarily safe, but we are like trying to put our power lines down. Like we're trying to be like, fuck you, you're not taking over our goddamn city.
Yeah.
Like in antagonistic territory. So we're towing the line because it suits us right now. Because we're doing power plays, and with power plays, sometimes you just gotta like bite the tongue.
Right.
So do we recognize any of the people that we see as we walk in?
You do. So, as you walk in, immediately, you see Jean-Baptiste and Samuel. They are kind of standing off to the side. You see Victoria, who is talking with a couple of the other Roses.
Also from the cam, or just various Roses?
All from you. You would recognize them as all being Camarilla.
Got it.
You see, kind of tucked off to the side, just kind of keeping an eye on things. Nawal is there.
Okay.
Interesting.
And in the main hallway, you also see Emil.
Who's Emil again? I don't remember who that is.
He was the guardian of the people that live outside of town.
Right.
Okay. The farmers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Emil is there, which is interesting because I was thinking about reaching out to them, but the fact that they have their representative there is being taken as a possible good sign right now.
Hi. Can't be in here, buddy. Sorry. Thank you.
Bye, Kai. Bye.
My cutie pie.
Kindred eat children.
It's just a snack for later. Don't worry, people. It's okay.
I mean, have you ever seen a macaron? That shit's cute as fuck and it's delicious.
Oh yeah, and at $5 a pop.
Hey, kids are expensive too. What do you think?
Don't I know?
Especially in the black market. Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Actually, I don't think I can put her on this old.
So, who do you want to go talk to? Or are you going to skip talking to anybody and head into the main theater? Everybody's muted, so if anybody's talking.
Who's trying to...
Amber!
Who's actually making eye... Is anybody
Shut
trying to
it!
make eye contact or trying to catch our attention very subtly in the group? Because Michael would be party mode, right? Walking into a party, doing a scan, seeing, looking for eyes, kind of checking out the party's locations.
So if you're asking who has seen you or who has noticed you, that would be just the last two, Noel and Emil.
Okay.
Victoria is too busy talking to her roses, and JB and Samuel are talking to one another.
Okay. Well, I would like to do a very, very quiet nod towards Emil.
He gets kind of a startled look on his face, and it's kind of like...
Okay, never mind. Shit. Well, I did that.
Okay.
He
yeah.
He looks a little uncomfortable at the attention.
I diverted immediately elsewhere and pretend like it was an accident. And it was very subtle. It was going to be as subtle as possible.
So who are you going to... Are you going to, I guess, go talk to Noel, or are you going to head into or are you going to try to break into one of the other conversations, or are you going to...
Noel wouldn't be bad.
Noel. Yeah, I was going to say, let's go talk to Noel.
When you head over to Noel, she is very bookishly dressed.
Mm-hmm.
She looks less like an up-and-coming member of Kindred Society and more like a librarian who got lost.
No clothes.
She is dressed in a white turtleneck sweater with giant Jackie O glasses on.
Ooh.
And a blazer, matching blazer and pants. When you come over, she clasps your hand, Michael, and says, "It is so good to finally meet you." She says, "I had the pleasure of making the rest of your coteries acquaintance."
No, we played once.
I think there was a brief overlap, very brief. There was one night where they were both.
Yeah. She cut out short, and I was there.
Oh, you were there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was very brief because I think Michael was late, and then she cut out early, so there was 10 minutes of overlap total.
Yeah, it really didn't.
We'll play it as we never met. Why not?
Yeah, I think it'd just be easier that way.
Okay.
She quickly moves from hand to hand, shaking your hand, Idaho, shaking yours, Vic, shaking yours, Alice. But when she reaches Carmine, she stops. Her eyes get a little wide, and she says, "I'm not sure who this is that is accompanying you tonight."
This would be Carmine.
Would she not know who he is ahead of time, at least by sight?
Probably not, as the Hecata were from New York. Originally these ones were from New York before they moved to Philadelphia. when you say this is Carmine, her face kind of goes wide, like her eyes get big, her mouth kind of does the goldfish O. She's very much like, oh. Carmine offers the barest hint of a smile. Shakes her hand. And then looks at you, Michael, as if to say, time to move on.
Okay. Well, he's judging her pretty poorly from his old-fashioned kind of ideas. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to talk to her and say, I've heard you've been a very great ally and friend to us. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to finally meet you. I hope to like have a chance possibly to extend that encounter.
She nods. She can't not. She's staring now at Carmine. It is slightly uncomfortable.
I'm gonna elbow Idaho and be like, figure out what's going on with her and what she's heard about Carmine, and like move on with him.
So, Idaho, are you going to stay behind to talk to Noel?
Sure.
Okay. So the rest of the coterie so real quick split team then. Idaho staying with Noel for a moment. Where are the four of you going?
I'm basically kind of sticking with Michael at this point, just kind of like loop an arm through and just kind of be a hanger on until I'm not wanted.
Yeah.
Because again, like I don't like this politics bullshit. I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't fucking have to. I am Alice the antisocial tonight.
Right, and like Michael is staying close to Carmine just because like it is quite the statement of like, hey, look who I got. Look who I showed up with.
I'm just kind of hanging out. I don't really do the politics either, so I'm just kind of there to look big and intimidating.
You should stay with Idaho then, just in case you guys like separate.
So then the question there is, so where are you going to? Are you going to go try to talk to anybody else in the lobby, or are you going to head into the main theater?
Oh. I turn to Carmine and say, let's say hello to the roses while we're here. I don't want to... We can't have any perceived insults tonight.
Don't diss nobody.
Yeah. And roses are dramatic.
He nods and does the giant sweeping arm as if to lead on. Let's cut back to, really quickly, to Vic, Idaho, and Noel. Idaho, what do you say?
I'm going to say, hey, Noel, it's good to see you. What was that reaction to Carmine?
She looks at you. She keeps staring after him, and then she finally looks at you, and she says, he shouldn't be here.
Why not?
She says, do you know how old he is?
Not exactly. I mean, I know he's old.
She says, I'm not exactly sure how old he is, but there are mentions in Kindred Histories of Carmine Rossellini dating back into the 1600s.
So you would have expected that he would have already left for the Middle East.
That would have been my assumption if he hadn't already been, done away with. The fact that he is here tonight, that there is a walking elder among us, this is
Done away with?
this is a monumental circumstance.
Done away with?
You ain't
We
there.
ain't there.
Wait, I know.
From across the room, I hear Michael say, "Done away with." What the hell are you talking about, girl? And I'm gonna go jump and give Emil a big old hug at that moment. Okay. Anyway, I will say. So this is the kind of thing that could probably upset somebody's plans, huh?
Noel looks you in the eye and says, this is akin to a nuclear weapon walking into a party. She says Charles is probably perhaps one of the oldest here. He's late 1800s. She said Michael's in the early 1900s, and there are a couple more that are like this. She looks back at Carmine. She says, This is hundreds years more experience and power." And she says, this is... She kind of shudders a little bit, and she says, "Be careful." She said, kindred that are that old, they're playing games on levels that no one else can even contemplate.
Well, unless he agrees to buddy up with Charles, I mean, I'm glad he's here.
She nods and she says, Has he pledged to the Anarchs?
Not that I'm aware of, but from what I understand, Charles was planning on help from the Hecate to control the city.
Nawal gives you a look like you just shat on her shoe. And she goes, "They are bound to be neutral. Why would he ever think... How do you know that?"
Because someone from your clan told me that.
She looks around and she goes, "Who told you?"
I mean, I would love to tell you sometime when we're not here. How about that? I'm not trying to withhold from you, but I don't know who all is listening in this place. And in your clan is really good at hiding and listening when you don't even know they're there. So I'll tell you sometime, just not right now. How about that?
She goes, "That is a deal."
But what I will tell you is that Charles was expecting this assistance dependent on Carmine not being in the picture. We think Charles has somebody who is in the Hecate who is willing to declare for the Camarilla.
Noel shakes her head and she goes, they can't.
Well,
not for a couple more years anyhow. The Hecate as a clan are bound by an agreement that the Ivory Tower signed in. They're not allowed to be anything other than neutral.
Yeah, but could they lend financial support to whomever they please?
Well, they're the bank. They lend financial support
Right.
to whoever they see being
That's
worthwhile.
that's what Charles wants, their financial support.
That gets a furrowed brow and a big old frown. Jesus. You don't think that's a possibility, do you?
I mean, they're the bank. It is a possibility. We're hoping that it doesn't happen. We're trying to, prevent that from happening. If there's anything that you might have that could help us, it would be welcome.
Noel, her eyes kind of go a little fuzzy. She looks at you and Vic and she goes, I'll need you two to excuse me. I need to make some phone calls.
Right on.
So do you two go back to rejoin with the rest of the coterie?
Yeah, I jump on Vic's back and we head on.
I'm sure that would get some disapproving looks.
I'm not going to do that.
So you walk up on Michael and Alice and Carmine as they approach Victoria. Victoria is dressed in a shimmering red gown that looks very, very much like the gown from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Hello, nurse.
She does not have nearly the cup size to pull that off, but few women do. However, in addition to the long, shimmery, backless dress, her back, her arms, her hands, her cleavage, her neck have all been very, very, very faintly brushed in red, like red paint that has a kind of shimmery silver undertone.
I got it.
It leaves her looking halfway between statuesque and fresh serial killer. When she sees Michael, it is, and as soon as she looks right past you and Alice and sees Carmine, she freezes. And then she goes, "Oh my God." And she practically brushes you aside and grabs Carmine's hands and is like, "There have been so many of us who have been so worried about you."
Yeah. Worried about him staying dead, you mean?
My darling, what do you want from me? What do you want?
The rest of the roses are also very frozen and watching as this is. So what do you do?
I'm going to use awe.
No, you can't.
I'm kidding.
We see you thinking it. We just all reach behind your head. Just nope.
I'm going to use Spheral Whispers and see what.
Okay, would Vic have told me if she would have asked for Carmine at all in the process of asking for a hit on Charles?
I don't believe. Now, let me go back a little
My
bit.
darling, leave me alone.
We never said anything to Michael like that because she never asked.
Well, and the question is whether or not Victoria said anything to you guys when she requested your assistance in certain matters.
Yeah, it's not like we talk to Victoria very often.
You went after her. She had the deed to the club that Carmelo had put his family root and like, yeah.
I do not believe that there was more than a passing mention from Victoria about Carmine.
Like, oh, he's out. Nobody's seen him, but that's about it.
Something to the effect, yes, that people were looking for him.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Well, if we can find out what people were looking for him, we know what people weren't involved. Because if they were involved, they wouldn't be looking for him.
Right. So, like, I would be like, she just basically said, there were so many of us worried for you.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, okay. Interesting way to show worry. Oh God, no! I don't want to be that rude.
We don't have to respond to it at all if we don't want to.
No, I want I basically would say something along the lines of so many of us. Oh, how worried, darling. Did you search high and low?
Victoria doesn't even look at you. She just keeps her focus right on Carmine. And she goes, there have been many of us who have been scouring the city looking for you. We've been so worried. You haven't responded to any of our calls. We've been attempting to discuss other business matters and alliances and strategic with those who are, it's been very frustrating.
And Vic, at this point, you would have told like Carmine that like the deal with Carmelo or not?
What deal with Carmelo?
I mean, like the fact that Victoria had the deed and that she asked you to get the club back.
Did we?
In exchange for killing Charles.
Yeah, but like, would you have mentioned that Victoria had a deed?
Okay, a quick question, storyteller question.
Thank you.
Vic, did you tell Carmine that you accepted a deed from Victoria in exchange to attempt to assassinate Charles?
Sure, why not?
No,
make a note.
No. Or would you have told him that you accepted a deed for a deal? Like, how much information would you have given Charles about the situation, about our ownership of the building, and his body being in it?
I will allow you to. So, Vic, what would you have told Carmine?
Yeah,
I probably would have told him the truth. Just like Vic's not smart.
He's
not
big dumb lug. We can't expect him to actually remember what's right and what's not.
I can think of what I might hold back, but Vic's not smart. He's not.
All right, I will make a note.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a game changer.
So at this point, Idaho leaves, heading to Cuba.
And I bring the whole building down.
Yeah. Like, we're not here to talk. We're here to kick ass.
All right. So, anyways.
Cool.
Carmine. Looks Victoria in the eyes and responds with 2 words. Have you? Victoria looks at you, Michael, and says, am I to take it that your coterie is responsible for returning him to the fold?
That would not be an incorrect assessment.
One of the roses snickers, and you hear a muffled, "Yeah, right."
We've been taking care of him this whole time.
Alice hears this.
Yeah, it's not
snarky
exactly
bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready.
I look at Michael with the face of, I will let this slide, but like Alice is easily irritated at this point and is trying not to pop off to be good, for Michael. But
I'm looking at you, reassuring you, like, yeah, I heard it. Don't worry, it's not gonna slide. But just wait. Sit on this for a minute.
Okay.
It doesn't, just kind of just the side thing out of game. And I realized, they're trying to get under our skin, but it doesn't really fucking matter. Carmine knows who brought him back. Boom, that's it.
Yeah. That's
let them play their stupid games.
To let them be snarky without any reaction is like the best reaction to that. It's just like, yeah, man, go ahead, be snarky.
Except for the Malkavian.
Right.
Yeah. Snark me once, bitch. Snark me once. That's why I'm telling you. I imagine at this point that my hooked arm around Michael is now being like pulled right into Michael's body. Like, no, don't move. Don't freaking move.
No. We have a nice grip handle on each other.
Yeah.
We look fantastic, and but that is.
So I'm gonna go up to Al and I'm gonna whisper in Al's ear, "Shanking a bitch is not using a discipline."
Neither is clawing their eyes out.
I will flick you.
Yes, let's do it. Sorry, that was the beat.
Oh, the Aminals. He's the Pied Piper of Aminals.
Yeah.
So.
Only my hunger wasn't so high. I wouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
So.
All right.
What do you guys want to do at this point? Are you heading now into the main hall, or are you going to continue?
Anybody else in the crowd or in the outer area that's new that's shown up or anything, or is it still just the people that were already there?
I'll comment when Michael gets here.
It's mostly just the people who are still there.
I mean, I would, and this was, I'm again playing off of Michael here, but I mean, if there's anyone else here worth maybe a little eavesdropping as we kind of make the round, but if that would be my only reason to stay any longer.
No, there hasn't been anybody else. In fact, Jean Baptiste and Samuel have already headed in.
Okay.
But that was it. Yes, we go in now. That had to be. We had to say hello.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, this seems like an appropriate time to take a break.
Yeah, bio break. Good.
Take our bio break. We will be back.
Yeah, I'm cleaning.
At
Alita missed the litter box, so I'm cleaning up
Oh
that.
no!
You guys, this has been my life. Like my cats have been rejecting the fucking litter box and just enjoying the fucking floor to floor carpet because they've never had carpet before, and I hate my life.
I'll message you some stuff about that.
She didn't like do it out of. She just didn't put her butt far enough into the
We have
litter.
a covered box for them.
No, there was I couldn't have
right on the lip and then out.
I couldn't have a carpet in front of the door in our old house because it would always get ruined. So we just had hardwood floors. And now that I live in a place with wall-to-wall carpeting, it's a nightmare.
Well,
please send all the help.
Yeah. I'm going to hopefully get a little background music here going for our BRB.
And we will be back at, let's say, 5 after.
Yeah, sounds good. And if everybody could just go ahead and mute all your mics, and that way we don't have any background coming through, because for right now I can't separate it.
You can run an ad too, make people watch an ad.
I don't like doing that. You already have to watch something if you're not subscribed to me anyway, and I don't have that many subscribers. So, all right. So let me get everything going with OBS and switch scenes, mute you guys.
Hello, lovely.
Well, thank you for saying that.
I just want you to know the extent of my solidarity. I went downstairs and sneezed.
Ha!
So,
Did you clean up the blood?
no.
There's a limo driver out there somewhere.
That's
There's
right.
a limo driver out there.
You made a skateboard out of it.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
What the hell is going on? Okay. So my app is completely like freaking out. And it's like, your dinner isn't on the way. And then the email is like, no, it is on the way. So I'm hoping maybe only one version of my dinner is on the way. I have no idea what's going on. And we'll see if it's none or some. All right. Is this better framing for... Okay.
Idaho.
Idaho! Idaho! Ho! We already threw some shade.
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm so sorry about that, guys. We had a little glitch with my audio there.
No one could hear us.
Well, that's
So
okay.
redo introductions.
Redo introduction. On warp speed.
Not Storyteller. Idaho, played by Skot. Vic, played by me, Zack. Alice, played by Pixie. Michael, played by Martha. All right, good.
We're done. We're good. All right. Let's go.
Welcome back to our Vampire the Masquerade 5th Edition Chronicle, Philly by Night. When we left off, the coterie had just had to deal with some snark from the Toreador Primogen and her surrounding roses. Heading now into the main hall of Elysium. The theaters upstairs at Walnut Street are not very large. They only seat max maybe 150 people per theater. This is expansive. There are hundreds of kindred here. Some of them are dressed up.
Ooh, we lost Martha.
Oops.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Some of them are unseen, like
That's
the
right.
coteries leader.
I knew she was a Nos. I knew it. This whole time.
Welcome back.
Hey, you're not supposed to obfuscate here.
I was about to say she used her.
She was
she used
obfuscate.
it.
Call Thomas.
Some are dressed to the nines. Some people are slumming it and are completely doing their best to look as inconspicuous or as dressed down as possible. Some people are on their own. Many are in coteries or in loosely affiliated groups. As you walk into the room, most people are seated. In the crowd, you can see Threnody and Raoul seated near Jean-Baptiste and Samuel. You see on the other side of the room Royce and Angela, framed by a couple other Camarilla. You see Roy.
We actually see him? Wow. Oh yeah, he can't obfuscate him. Or he's not supposed to.
He is hanging around in the back.
Do we see Sabine?
You see, hanging out now with Nawal, you see Gigi and Sunny, as well as a couple other Nos that you do not recognize. You see Rick.
Really?
Who is...
Vic, get ready to kill.
sitting by himself and looking uncomfortable.
Oh yeah. Gonna get that motherfucker.
You see Ariel and Nora sitting with a few other very, very dour individuals. Emil has come in after you and is skirting alongside the back of the room. You see Sabine sitting up front. And you see Samantha, who is wearing a black and white striped onesie with her hair done up in pigtails, looking like the world's largest toddler.
She wants to be a mother, okay.
On the stage.
She's going for the Harley Quinn thing.
On the stage is Charles, with Skro and the other members of the Primogen Council. So, as you come in...
Is there any popcorn?
Yeah, go eat Rick.
As you come in, a couple people seem to take notice of your coterie and the guest you have, but
Our GOH.
But many people don't even turn their heads, either because they don't know the importance or they don't know you. So, what do you do? Where do you go?
I assume we're following Michael.
Yeah, as leader on this one, I would very much be following Michael's lead.
So I'm considering whether Carmine is taking any initiative towards anywhere particular, and if not, then I would probably try to get somewhere between Charles and Threnody, or close to Threnody.
Carmine does not appear to be doing anything. The other members, worth noting, is that the members of the Hecata have not looked up to see you. They are involved in their own discussions. So no. So Carmine has not taken any sort of initiative and he seems to realize that he is here less as a person and more as a spectacle, so to speak. So he is merely following along for the time being.
Okay.
So you are going to head to...
You said the Charles and the Primogen are at the head of the room?
So they're actually on the stage.
On the stage. Okay. And everybody else is meandering amongst an open area or actual theater seats?
This is an actual theaters. Actual theaters and seats.
So people are actually seated very much like, okay, like fifth. All right. And can you go, sorry, as we go in through the back doors towards the right?
So as you come in from the back and you enter into the main hallway, what are you?
The placement of the groups.
Okay, so if you're looking for placement, if you're looking for kind of a rough kind of sketch about where they are, the kind of towards the front and near the where say Sabine is seems to be where most of the anarchs seem to coalesce.
Okay.
Threnody and Raoul are near there. Nawal and Gigi
towards the front,
Sunny,
close to the stage.
Kind of, they're not like directly there, and of course there are other kindred who are in between them that you don't know or haven't made contact with. Towards the back, kind of on the upper risers, tends to be where kind of the unaffiliated or the cast-offs tend to be. More center is where the cam are, basically. So they are taking up a very large contingent of the area. So that's just kind of a general layout.
I don't know. I'm thinking we should go where we know and kind of like
head towards
slide
the
in
front.
with them.
Head towards the front next to Threnody and somewhere close to the Charles and close to Threnody, like previously stated.
Okay, when you head down to the front and you go, so just as a question, what is the order of how people are walking here? Since it's kind of at this point now, you're going to be walking down like towards the row. So how are people seated?
I would tap everybody on the shoulder in Carmine and like act like I'm actually just showing up to a theater like I always would in high fashion and march down forward to open seats close to everybody.
Okay.
Right down center and then like turn and face and like kind of guide everybody together.
Right. But or like actual order, like who's
like I would think obviously I'm by you.
Okay.
And then maybe you would want Carmine on the other side of you to keep close to you. So then it would that would be my suggestion. But
so putting so then
I would I'm assuming like I wouldn't have to like, but I would just as necessity would you like to have a seat in the front towards Carmine?
He acquiesces and goes with you.
Okay.
So are you, if we're going by like how Alice has discussed it, so it would place you in the middle, Alice on one side, Carmine on your other. So then would you have, I'm guessing, Vic on one side and then Idaho on the other side? Or Vic on...
Because Vic being right next to him as well, should somebody try to jump somebody's ass, we've got the strongest person sitting right beside him.
You mean he's sitting next to the strongest person?
Well, in our of the four of us. Of the four
Are we
of us.
discussing how
No,
we're going to
what
sit in
I
the
was trying to
row? Or are
say
we
is,
discussing
Yeah.
how we're going to walk down
No,
the
we're
aisle?
in the row. We're just trying to discuss like facing who's going to sit next to who.
Yeah.
I thought.
Okay,
I
so
thought you asked how we were
Vic,
walking in.
Vic, I want you on the edge, on the out towards
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say,
fire exit, so you can like bulldoze an opening if we need it. That's where I want
you don't
you.
want
So
someone
you're
to
all the way
be
deep.
in the middle of an aisle.
Yeah, Carmine and me get to be towards the center of the like stage, and I want Alice right next to me, and then like Idaho between Alice and Vic.
Okay. So when you walk in, you
Okay.
sit down. Threnody and Raoul are on the other side of Carmine, and Raoul is quick to, kind of get up and scramble down the thing to, fist bump and bro hug Vic. Threnody sees Carmine and looks at you and gives you a very appraising look, Michael. Jean-Baptiste and Samuel are sitting behind you. They are looking very pleased at Carmine.
It's right up. They're so happy. This is the best thing that could have happened to them on this trip. They're so excited. They found a black swan. It's amazing.
And speaking of black, it is difficult not to hear the shuffling as almost an entire row gets up, as Ariel walks with conviction up from her place and leads the entire Hakata entourage from the back of the theater, and with a few murmured words, and you think you see maybe something pass, maybe it's money, it could be something. The entire row behind Samuel and Jean-Baptiste gets up and moves, making room for the Hakata.
Awesome.
Ariel comes down, hugs her, exchanged in very few words with Nora in tow. Nora curtsies in front of Carmine, looking as absolutely depressed as ever. Now people have seen what's happened. Now you can kind of hear the ripple starting to go through the room as people are trying to figure out what has caused the entire Hakata contingent to move from being kind of on the outliers and move in with the Anarchs. Charles stands up.
Oh, guys, hold on 1 second. Come on. There we go. Sorry about that.
Charles stands up, walks to the front, and says, "Good evening. We've called this session of Elysium to discuss a number of topics. First, we have something that is relevant to all kindred here. Both those of the Camarilla, those of the Ivory Tower, those who choose not to participate. I am declaring a blood hunt citywide on all Duskborn.
Mm.
Oh. I think we had a freeze. Let's try this, guys.
Welcome back.
Yeah, you guys all froze as well. I just had to do a quick cycle. It came back. Okay.
Refresh.
Sorry about that.
What a bitch ass move.
Woo, punk.
So did you hear what he said?
Yeah. As far as like the calling out the Dustborn, anything that was said right after that, I may have missed, but
That was pretty much it.
okay.
He says the city of Philadelphia is seeing a surge in an epidemic of the Duskborn drug ash. We are investigating how it is being made and how it is being trafficked.
The fuck kind of Nixon shit is this?
It says, but in the meantime, we know it is directly made, manufactured, and produced for Duskborn. Therefore, in the city of Philadelphia, Thin Bloods are to be hunted and executed on sight.
At this point, I tried to very sneakily take my phone out and text both Lane and Ruby, and I'm like, get indoors, shut the fucking doors, don't answer the doors, it's unsafe. And I sneak my phone back in my pocket, unless I get a quick answer.
You don't hear a response quickly, but you do feel your phone vibrate.
Okay. Can I inconspicuously check it again?
WTF.
You'll know more when I know more. It's just unsafe for both of the. I say both of them because she's protecting her, so they're caught together.
Yeah, but like it'd be easier for you just to type in BH or like ignore it for the rest.
Okay.
If you're sneaking and you're not trying to like do a lot of lights, like how many words are you putting in there?
Yeah.
Charles continues. So the second, he goes, though I know this will be to no small amount of conflict. So it is my great honor to declare myself as Prince of all of Philadelphia and declare praxis.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm staying composed.
He says, we are in the process of negotiating a large financial injection from members of the Hecata. And when he says this, Carmine simply says, you are not. Charles looks down and sees Carmine, and his face freezes. What do you do?
Oh, no, I did nothing. Just let's watch.
Let's just play it out.
That's why I wanted some popcorn.
So
the theater is so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Nice.
You see Nora looking back and forth between Charles and Carmine. And then you hear her, "Oh dear." Charles continues and says, "Are you withdrawing your financial support?" Carmine stands, and when he stands, all of the members of the Hecata stand with him. And Carmine says, "More, you never had our support." Carmine turns to the other members of the Hecata and says, "Let us depart." He says, "There's no puppet king to bow to here." And with that, the members of the Hecata, including Carmine, exit the theater.
Maybe we should walk out with him.
No.
What is... So is there a buzz?
What can we do about the blood hunt?
No. I want to know Charles's face, because if he doesn't have the
how does Charles react?
the fiscal thing, he can't do the thing.
Well, let's find out what happened.
Yeah.
Charles is doing his best to contain his emotional state, but he is staring at the four of you, and it's barely contained rage.
I'm cracking my knuckles.
I look at him and I'm just like...
And I say, Carmine was here?
Where? I didn't see him.
Sorry, ignore that. Sorry, go ahead.
There is a voice that echoes out from the back of the hall. It is husky, kind of a low tenor. When you turn and look, it is what you think could be a woman, it could be a man, wearing a suit, a pinstriped suit. They're a little broad-shouldered, but they've got curves and big hips. They have an undercut on one side, and it's short on the other, with a rose on their front.
This is Astarte.
They stand up, and that husky voice says, "You can't declare praxis. You don't control all of the city. They say, we anarchs in the Northeast, we're the ones who own that territory, not you." Threnody and Raoul stand up and say, and you don't have the west side either.
All right, Baron.
I stand up and also say, you don't have our side either. Wait, no, is Threnody the Baron again? Like full on? Or is it?
Well, but Threnody is the southwest.
Right.
Yeah, the place where the walls. Wait, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because originally her bar was in the center of the city.
Yeah.
But her safe house was down southeast or southwest.
Okay.
Right. So Threnady's like, you don't have the southwest, and I'm like, you obviously don't have the west.
I stand up with her.
Oh yeah, this is a whole, my captain, we're all like, right there.
Drawing lines.
Michael stands up, we're all right there. Come on, bitch.
Idaho, you recognize this voice as Royce calls out. They don't matter, so it doesn't matter.
Go fuck yourself.
I don't say anything.
Who said they don't matter, so it doesn't matter?
Royce.
Who's he again? He's the
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, nobody gives a fuck what you have to say against us.
He's the Nos who spies on us all the time.
Like, did you bring the
Roy.
VIP?
Yeah, that's Roy. No, Roy.
He said Royce.
Oh, which one is Royce?
Royce would have been the one that you met out on your solo with Angela.
Oh my God, I'm pretty sure now. That's not ringing any bells at all. Royce is.
When you went to.
Oh, he's that stupid Ventru. And he's even less. Oh, just ignore his ass. Whatever.
Like I said, I didn't see you bringing the VIP tonight.
Yeah, fuck him. Don't even whatever.
It doesn't matter because they don't matter. Didn't you beat his ass or something?
No. None of y'all were there. This is when I had a solo session and I went to the little sex club and he was there trying to push my buttons and I didn't let him push them then and I'm not going to let him push them now.
Okay, so he's just like some Ventru cam twat.
He's some surfer boy, Val Kilmer lookalike Ventru.
Got it.
Our little Idaho's growing up so fast. Look
Love
at
it.
I mean, he's just
learning restraint.
I don't even have to try to restrain myself with that guy. You kidding? Got to try harder. Sexy.
With that, Charles storms off stage.
Okay.
And the entire theater is now in uproar. People are yelling at one another. Fingers are being pointed. Tempers are getting hot.
Is Thomas around?
Thomas is not currently visible, though it is almost assured that he is somewhere nearby.
Okay, so my question is, right now there's chaos. Charles has left. Is there any way to keep Charles from leaving?
I mean, you could theoretically hop the stage and chase after him. But the question is, to what end?
I mean, we already pissed in his Cheerios.
And now we've gotten. Oh crap! Hold on, that fucking thing. He's already on everybody's radar.
And is there any Sabat in attendance? Obviously not, right?
We don't know.
The closest to a Sabat that would be in attendance, quite frankly, would be Samantha.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
So.
And she's there.
She's there, but she hasn't really spoken up or said anything.
So this mild chaos is ensuing in the theater, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should go talk to Pinstripe.
I'm gonna kind of glance toward the area where the unaffiliated
hold on.
outcast people
My
were.
question towards the storyteller is how many factions are at play in this like right now? So like only the Prince of Philadelphia has left. There are still Cam in the theater, correct?
There are still, so the only he stormed off with Skro in directly behind him. So the for if you're asking about who politically is still there, all of the Primogen are still there.
Yeah, everybody's still here.
Both you and as well as Threnody are there, as well as whoever this newcomer is from the northeast, who you've never seen before.
And the Primogen are basically like the Parliament, right?
So Primogen are the clan. The easiest way to think about it is Primogen are the clan representatives that act as advisory. They have and are given a certain amount of authority, although the amount of authority that they're given is completely dependent on each individual prince. Some delegate a huge amount of authority. Some of them give them almost no authority, and they're simply advisory. But basically, within the status of the Ivory Tower, the Primogen would be considered the person you would directly go to in the event of having an issue. So if you
so I get up and I would like to get on stage and see if I can address the Primogen, but mainly anybody who's willing to listen amongst the chaos.
So there are the Primogen who are on stage. Bianca's there. Victoria is there. The Primogen for the Ventru and the Baden Hakim are there, but you don't know who they are. You simply know them by sight. You've never met them. Those are not the only Primogen that are in that council, but they are the only ones who are on stage still.
Okay. So one last question. As things stand, does what Charles just decreed hold any water whatsoever?
It probably holds more water among the Camarilla than it does among anybody else. This is going to be, as with all politics, what you can get is what you can take. So he's declared himself as the Prince of Philadelphia. Does that make it a factual thing? Now that it's been outed and he's been embarrassed on a pretty wide stage, and it's been made clear that he doesn't have the financial backing for it. Among the hardliners in the cam, him saying he was Prince is probably enough to make him Prince. Among everybody else, it's probably not enough to do more than let everybody know that that's what his intention is, and that's probably what his intention is.
And now they can possibly avoid it or do something about it. He's basically put his own target on his back.
Well, he played his hand, basically. He played his hand.
That's a fair way to say it.
He didn't realize that his bluff was showing, or whatever was going on was going on. At this point, I would like to address the Primogen and whoever is willing to give me any mind with something kind of like along the lines of because and if I step out of like lore or lines, please let me know, storyteller.
Okay.
What we have just seen is I would like to challenge Charles's authority on and decrees this evening as for the blatant obvious nature that he does not have control over Philadelphia. He does not have the backing of the Hecate, and if possible, I would like to claim that he also does not have the best of kindred in mind.
Mm-mm. Not to mention,
until there is more information, I request the council suspend his
claims
for the moment, or his
intention.
things, whatever. Suspend the blood hunt. Suspend the things.
So you are attempting to persuade the Primogen Council, basically, to, for lack of better terminology, to attempt a 25th Amendment here and remove Charles from power and suspend his. Okay.
Upon further investigation, and I call upon the council to investigate Charles and see whether or not he has betrayed kindred.
Okay. So this is.
Yeah, a roll, and I'm do this. Yes.
Blow your dice.
Do you need help?
This is
jump up there with you.
I kind of have skills here, so I'm hoping it's going to be enough.
So yes. This is going to be your charisma and persuasion. Do you have anything that contributes to?
Yes.
Even though Idaho wouldn't know this, his reasoning for declaring a blood hunt on all of the Thin Bloods is a load of bullshit.
Reasoning, yes, it's the power to actually execute it.
Yeah, he's doing
that's
it.
That's not why you do a blood hunt in the first place.
Exactly, that's what we're saying. Yes, I'm agreeing with you. His reasoning is off, but he's also in a power position where reasoning doesn't matter. He can just say shit and get it done.
Right. So I am basically appealing to the powers that be to like cut some shit. So specialties.
Okay. So
oration and performance. Philosophy.
So are you saying that you want to? I was going to say. So are you saying that you want this to be a performance role rather than a persuasion role? Because that's a slightly different. That's a slightly different thing. Because if you're attempting to persuade someone, you're attempting to argue a point. If you're attempting to make this into a performance, then you are attempting to showboat this, to make this into a very political action. One is like let me put it to you a different way. One is likely to be more of a rallying cry to those who are already on your side, where the other is more likely to attempt to actually convince them, the people who you are speaking to,
that it's an act,
that it's something that they need
theatrical.
That he lacks the authority to do what he just
Yeah, I'm going to try and convince these individuals who aren't necessarily on my side first. Okay, first we're going to do this. Okay. We're going to do a persuasion first.
Okay, so then unless you're attempting to seduce them, you do not have a bonus here.
Okay.
So it will be...
Is there anything I can do to help?
In this particular case, this one's on Michael.
Yeah.
So this is your charisma, so 4.
My persuasion's a 3.
3, so that's 7. Your hunger is a 1, so 6 and 1.
Nice.
I am going to tell you, this is going to require a very high number of successes in order to execute.
I'm scared to look.
Holy shit!
So,
hell yeah, Michael! So excited you blew out her
roll
mic.
of the night. First one in the roll of the night. Yes.
We can just finish. We just won the game.
No counting the eggs yet. No. Chickens. Please no.
Michael's the new prince.
Bianca turns to you and says, "You are correct. He, unfortunately, does not have what he needs in order to declare himself as prince tonight. However, he is still the Prince of Camarilla in Philadelphia. And it is well known how the Camarilla feels about Duskborn. So you are correct. He is not the Prince of all of Philadelphia. But I doubt that matters much to his scourge.
I mean, what about the fact that, his competition's back? Uh-oh.
About the fact that that's not how a blood hunt works.
Yeah, I know. He's complete. I mean, let me just ask this real quick. I won't make a huge deal of it, but Storyteller, out of game question. I mean, him calling for a blood hunt on the Dustborn for that reason, at least in my limited understanding of what a blood hunt is used for, sounds like that's not what a blood hunt is used for. I mean, would any of the Primogens even think this is not what a blood hunt is for? He's abusing his authority, or does that not matter to them?
So I guess the issue is one of semantics versus the group it's being used against. You would be correct in that it's probably not the most correct fashion to use a blood hunt for an entire group of people rather than against a specific individual. On the other hand, the Camarilla in general have very, depending on how you want to look at it, either superstitious or just outright backwards ways of looking at the Thin Bloods. They perceive them to be the harbingers of the end times,
right,
of Gehenna. Attaching that to this drug, which he is claiming is an epidemic among kindred society.
I got my theories about that.
It's all whatever. So, okay.
So is it probably technically incorrect to call it a blood hunt? No. Is he out of line to execute something like this? Politically, probably not.
So she's basically saying, even though the blood hunt is not actually illegal, whoever wants to go for it has gotten a green light, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Not quite. What she's saying is that, well, he is not Prince of Philadelphia, ergo to say he is not Prince of all kindred in Philadelphia. He is still the Camarilla Prince in Philadelphia, and therefore his edict will still have weight.
And the Camarilla already didn't like them to begin with, and were already kind of treating them poorly. So I don't know that too much has really changed at this point.
But now they have permission to kill on site, so
right.
Yeah. So
it's going to be like a massacre.
We just bring all the Thin Bloods to our place, and when the Camarilla show up, we kill them first.
Also, something that worth mentioning, and you personally, Idaho, would have some experience with this, is that Bianca told Michael that regardless of whether or not he is prince of all of them, that matters little to the Scourge. And you have already met
the Scourge.
I have?
Long time ago.
Was this the trailer park?
No, this would have been Joan Jett.
Oh, did I know she was the Scourge?
I don't know if it came up in more casual conversation. But she did pretty specifically ask you about where the Thin Bloods were.
Yeah, she did, and we saw her also. She was also in one of the people we let out of prison, wasn't she?
Yes, I.
She was across from Shaw.
And she worked for the cam, and she was caught.
Right, and I would be bringing this up.
Yeah, that's the first thing, other than investigating why the hell he thinks he can do this, is how is this even possible to happen?
But I mean, I'm not going to jump in the middle of this conversation, and I'm not sure that Idaho knows that Joan Jett is the Scourge or what that even means. I mean, isn't that a little bit of a leap? She came in and asked about Thin Bloods. He already kind of knows that the Cam don't like Thin Blood, so he's not saying, "Oh yeah, they're all in the back, go kill them." But as far as what the Scourge is, I mean,
or who the Scourge is,
how would he know that?
True.
That's fair. I would say that's correct.
True.
That's probably a bit of a logistical leap for a neonate like Idaho.
Neonate.
And especially because I'm also kind of confused, and so would Idaho be confused, because I thought there were no cams caught in the Navy base.
Yeah, likewise.
And so for Idaho to have seen, I was actually a little confused when it happened, but I didn't say anything. He saw Idaho, yeah. He saw Joan Jett in the club, and they talked and kind of interacted a little bit. Then he saw her imprisoned. So in his mind, he might even think, she was across from Shaw?
Well, but you also saw her at the museum the day or the night that she got caught.
I did?
You all saw that.
So that would make me wonder. I wouldn't put two and two together and think that right now, I would have thought she was not even affiliated with the Cam. So that may be an incorrect assumption on Idaho's part, but anybody he saw at the Navy base is not a Cam. So anyway, is she
So
here?
yes, I am equally confused.
She could have been caught in the net, even though she's a Cam. But my way of kind of handling it with Idaho is he thinks anybody that was at the Navy base is not a Camarilla. But is she present? Is she noticeable?
You have not seen her.
Okay, so for now, no reaction from Idaho.
Would the accusation that a Camarilla was working with the Second Inquisition threaten their political standing?
Repeat that question one more time.
Would an accusation that a head Camarilla was cooperating with the Second Inquisition tarnish their standing?
With
the rest of the Cam.
So, I mean, logistically speaking, within the Camarilla, probably not, unless you presented some sort of hard evidence to that.
Okay.
Within Anarch circles or within unaffiliated circles, that might be a reasonably decent persuasive tactic. It'd be more persuasive if you had evidence.
I think, there definitely needs to be an investigation called on, like you said,
Well,
and someone being behind SI, working with them.
Here's the thing. We don't have evidence, but we have the audience right now.
That's what I'm saying. Plant the seeds. Plant the seeds and then, see what evidence comes forward. If we plant the seeds and at least say that we know, then possibly others in the audience will come forth with what they know.
All right.
But that needs to be investigated. How Carmine ended up in our fucking basement needs to be investigated.
So then I'm going to try to, this time, quotations persuade, but loud enough for anybody to hear, and do oration and performance to make a scene.
So now we're doing the performance.
Yes.
Okay. So that's
yeah.
So that will be your charisma. So 4, performance 7, 8. So 7 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can reroll 3 of those.
I am going to re-roll 3 of those.
Okay.
So 3 whites, right?
Yeah.
Was that enough now?
No, not even close.
And I can't re-roll 2? Damn it.
What if Alice jumps up there and just
Start shaking her ass.
No, fucking screaming
Wrong
my
stage.
ass off, making the points that, you know, that Michael would want to make, but in obvious Alice fashion.
So, okay.
Oh, god damn it. Hold
So
on.
so you jump up and you start in with your accusations, and almost immediately you start getting booed and shouted down.
Fuck.
There are members of the Anarchs, Raul and Threnody, who attempt to yell back. Jean-Baptiste and Samuel do not attempt to yell back, but you notice that they kind of take up positions that almost look like defensive, like they are getting ready to have to start doing something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
not gonna. I don't want to do it like too like crazy, but I am just trying to drop some seeds, like some like. I'm not like.
Oh, you think he's so great? Well, you don't know what he's behind. He's wronged us all. Blah blah blah. That's what I do.
Yeah,
and I'm just gonna be like, more like there should be investigations towards what about this and this and this and like, is it so easy to turn your head on like kindred kind, but not like really be like too just planting seeds. But yeah, I understand it's not landing.
Yeah, no, there are multiple people who are, you know, screaming, "This is bullshit!" You know, he doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. You know, Royce is being more pointed and is screaming, "Why the fuck would anyone listen to a fucking Baron?" There's, you know, Samantha is screaming, you know, "Chino's makes the best cheesesteak." There's fucking
someone even more of a crackhead than myself in the room. It's kind of comforting.
That's gonna cause a real fight to break out. Now, hang on.
Well, I mean, what could it hurt to get Carmine on the stage?
He's gone.
He's gone. He left with the Hakata.
Like left. I didn't go into the.
They all got up and just walked right out.
Okay. I thought they like just were in another area.
No, he basically made his point when he stood up and
left.
Said there's nothing here to listen to.
Yeah, but there's also him leaving us in the goddamn dust. Yeah, that's a big fucking you're welcome, huh?
God, what a shitty roll. All right. Okay, I would like to patch it up as much as can and back out.
I'm not joking. What the fuck do I have?
So what are you trying to do, Alice?
Essentially, like, not in any way of trying to look defensive of Michael, because I don't want to disrespect my Baron, but to essentially use my give no fucks attitude to get up there and basically berate every one of them and tell them that, you know, you fucked up. Do you want the SI to happen again? Do you want all of these things that have happened to continue to happen and drag us down by allowing this dickwad to take over?
So
do you know what he's done? Do you know what he's guilty of around here? Just kind of throwing it out there in a sense of like trying to shake somebody up enough to go, wait, what'd she say?
So we're gonna come back to that in just 1 second.
I just got to know my roles to know if I can actually pull this off.
Idaho.
So while all this is going on, I look in the audience and I want to find Nawal and Gigi and see what they're doing.
Nawal, Gigi, Sunny, and the other Nos that are there, that are in that little contingent.
3 persuasion, that could work.
Are talking amongst themselves. Nawal and Sunny both look like they're trying to convince Gigi of something. Gigi looks extremely skeptical.
Okay. Are they close?
I mean, you could get over there, no problem.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Okay, what are you trying to do here?
I'm trying to ask them if they have anything they want to share to get in on this.
When you get close, Gigi sees you and very theatrically goes, "Oh, fucking great. Now here comes one." Sunny goes, it doesn't matter. We need to take a stand against this. This is not okay.
That's right.
Noel is basically back Sunny up and is like, if they're gonna do it to the Duskborn, the next one they'll go to are people like us.
So
and Gigi is
I'm working on my speech.
Gigi is basically like, they need us too much. It'll never happen.
Okay, is there anything I can do to try to persuade Gigi that he is incorrect and should listen to Nawal and Sunny?
So if you are going to, okay, so exactly what are you attempting to,
to listen to your other two people here? This is bad news, and you can't trust Charles. And if you have information that would help to,
Okay, so here is a question for you. If you are just outright attempting to convince him, to persuade him to listen to them, then it would just be a charisma and persuasion roll. Now, on the other hand, if you are attempting to negotiate something out of this,
I was curious what their reaction was, because I sent the text to Sunny. I don't know if they have anything, but if anybody has anything, it's them. So I was very curious. And Nawal said, hang on, I got to go talk to some people. Then she shows up with Gigi. So I was really curious what his reaction was going to be. Walking up to the four of them, I get to hear Nawal and Sunny basically saying, take a stand, get in on this.
Right.
Anything I had thought I would say to try to persuade Gigi, I'm more like, now I'm just going to say, yeah, you should listen to your people, take a stand, get in on it.
Okay, so you are not going to attempt to try to negotiate with Gigi on this. You're just going to kind of try to back up Nawal and Sunny.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's going to be 4 dice, 3 dice. So put you 2 hunger. So 5 and 2.
Oh God.
Do not eat Gigi.
Aw, what? Is that okay, or should I roll again?
I will. If you would like to increase your victories, you can re-roll.
Shit, yeah.
Up to 3.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so at 5 successes. So what exactly are you attempting before? What are you trying to? What is the reaction you're attempting to get out of Gigi?
So it seems to me that Nawal and I'm not asking for confirmation. I'm basically telling you Idaho's approach here.
Okay.
It seems to Idaho that Nawal and Sunny are trying to get Gigi involved. And
or like to pay attention to some things that they've seen.
Well, it seems to Idaho that the two of them were trying to get Gigi involved here. And so my thought process on that is, if they're trying to get him involved because it's going to be something that's probably negative to Charles and or beneficial to us. So walking up on this conversation, I'm just sort of like, yeah, listen to them, say something, get involved.
So Gigi listens to what you have to say, and his response is, even if we were going to get involved, what the fuck do you think we're going to do? You think we're going to take in all of the thin bloods and take them into the sewers and hide them like they're a sewer rat? Never going to go over.
Somebody asked you that. I'm sorry.
I don't think that. I'm just wondering if you wanted to get involved and not be Charles's bitch. That's all.
Ooh.
Nice.
He looks at you and says, we are maintaining here by maintaining mostly neutrality. He said, right. They do have, there is a good point. Yeah. They've already put us down shit creek. But it's not like they can fucking do more to us than they've already done. And they're already too busy dealing with the thin bloods right now.
Wasn't there plenty of nos in the hole with all of us?
There was some.
There were some.
Like, you think it can't...
Yeah, I mean, he could declare a blood hunt on you guys. He could call in the Second Inquisition again and imprison you guys.
When you say that, GG goes, the fuck does that mean?
It means that when he cooperates with the Second Inquisition and
do you
helps
have
them
any
to
proof
take,
of that?
I don't need proof.
Being there?
I don't need proof. You don't have to believe it if you don't want to. I do. He was involved with them. Ask your girl Sunny. Maybe she knows something. It wasn't just the Second Inquisition. You think the Second Inquisition just showed up here and managed to capture all these kindred, but none of the Camarilla?
He goes, no, I know exactly how they fucking captured us.
Okay. You want to get involved?
He says, no, what I want to do right now is keep my people safe.
Good luck.
And I'm going to look at Nawal and Sunny and say, do you guys feel safe?
Nawal just kind of shakes her head. She looks really unhappy. Sunny looks really caught. Vic, what are you doing during all of this?
He's eating that popcorn. Little chunks of bloody flesh.
He's like,
oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
He's like, have you seen the Michael Jackson eating popcorn gif? That's me.
I sneak around and tie Royce's shoelaces together.
Yeah, just go kill that motherfucker.
That's going to look a lot like the scene from the Suicide Squad with Nanawe talking about how he's going to hide. Fake mustache.
Oh my god.
No.
Don't use obfuscate.
So, what are you going to do, Vic?
Yeah, everyone's just kind of shouting at everyone. It's just a shouting match at this point. Like the whole room is just kind of shouting.
Yeah, there are some individuals who are kind of keeping their own counsel, similar to Gigi and Sunny, and some discussions going on. But for the most part, this is degenerated down to Anarchs yelling at Camarilla, Camarilla yelling at Anarchs, unaffiliated yelling at it.
No!
Oh! It wasn't me this time, I swear.
No, it wasn't you this time. It wasn't you at all this time.
Like, I'm sitting here mentally preparing my speech.
That is Quo.
Me yelling at
Yeah.
You know,
Nothing's changed. Everything's still the same. We can't stay connected to Roll20, and nothing's changed.
I think I'm gonna go see if I can go find Pinstripe.
So you are going to attempt to go find so just hold on. The one from the northeast who stood up, right?
Yeah. The one with the rose.
Okay. It's pretty easy to find them. There are 4 of them that are grouped together. It's a pretty obvious coterie. They are heatedly yelling at Royce and Angela. And one of them, who looks a little scrawny, like he's kind of scrawny. but his attitude is all fight, and he looks like he's about 10 seconds from straight up just challenging them to fight outside. So when you seek them out, what do you say?
I say, well, in a crowd this angry, it's good to know who our allies are.
The Nos in the group looks at you and goes, allies?
Well, we're the Anarchs standing up against Charles.
She goes, no. She goes, you're the Anarchs from West Philadelphia who keep to yourself and don't do shit to help anybody else. She goes, we're the Anarchs who bothered to get shit done up in the Northeast.
We're the Anarchs that as soon as our leader became the Baron, we got taken into an SI containment facility for a month. We just got out. We're getting our shit back together.
Hearing a lot of excuses.
All right.
You saved that. You didn't. Us going into the. Yeah, we're not there. That's such bullshit, man.
You don't happen to know anyone that was in that facility, do you?
They go. There is a very mousy man. He doesn't look like the other three at all. He's kind of short. Kind of almost looks like he's maybe like a cross between like Elmer Fudd and Mr. Magoo.
Oh God.
He's wearing like a suit, kind of another pinstripe suit. It's like 4 sizes too big for him. He looks like he's like a kid wearing his dad's clothes, except that his face, he's in like his probably 50s or 60s. When you mention, do you know anybody who is in there? He's like, there's tons of them in there. They're all in there. They're trying to get all of us. He's like, just because you've been in there, there's been other people who've been in there too. We've all been in there. They're all trying to get in our heads.
He's
all right. Well, what do you say we do something
He's
about?
The milk.
What do you say we do something about keeping them from putting us back in there?
He's like, we've been doing things. You haven't done anything.
Well, we didn't know you were doing things.
You fucking know us. Sorry.
Why don't you reach out? Ask for help. We can help.
Why didn't you reach out?
Why
didn't you help us?
We didn't know of you guys. Today's the first day we've seen you.
This is the point where Royce goes, and this is why the Anarchs fucking suck.
Kick him in the balls. Or teeth.
Is there anything against physical violence in here? I mean, I know I can't use my abilities.
No,
but
you can't. You can't
do anything. Anything would be seen as a disrespect and a outright. Yeah.
He's probably hoping.
I bet you won't say that to my face outside, bitch.
There you go. Little Malkavian motherfucker. Just punt his ass.
Alice.
Woof.
What do you do?
At this point, I have accompanied Michael on stage. Seeing that Michael is very much kind of sweating bullets at this point. I would assume.
Just not making it work. Just failing to making it work.
And I'm going to basically scream like a goddamn banshee for everybody to shut the fuck up and listen. And I know it's not going to get the whole crowd. I know that. I'm little bitty me. But if I can convince, so I don't know what my rules are and if this will work.
Okay. So this is your attempt to persuade the crowd?
I think that's what my points are in. I've got 3 points in persuasion.
So you've got 3 points in charisma. You've got 3 points in persuasion. trying to see if you've got.
I mean, I have a little bit more planned after the shut the fuck up part. That's why I asked. I don't know when you want me to roll for those.
Okay.
Say my bit and pray.
So, yeah, we'll do. So that's gonna be 5 and 1.
Okay. Scripts. Five and 1.
She looks like Prince John if you hold her ears flat from Robin Hood.
Yeah.
From animated.
So okay, so you can't re-roll hunger dice, but you can re-roll the 2 white if you want to burn a willpower.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay.
So no
You gonna
red.
suck your
Just
thumb?
wait. Hush, I can't hear.
So 2 white.
Okay, so just delete that. Okay. Pray, pray, pray. I want to be a badass.
So you start to yell, trying to get people to be quiet. No one's shutting up.
Jeez, man, tough crowd.
This is, well, I mean, keep in mind, there are, aside from all of the kindred that I have mentioned, there are tons of other kindred.
Right, and the point, like I said, was not to get everyone's attention, but to at least reach the few people that would pay attention. I never expected to get the whole room. I'm just up there trying to make a spectacle.
If you're trying to get the attention of the anarchs that are nearby, you've certainly got their attention. But if you're attempting to convince anybody else, the unaffiliated,
Oh, fuck them. No, because first of all, the camp, that's a lost cause. I mean, I know at some point we have to get through to them or, you know, but no, for right now, if I'm speaking to the anarchs.
And I'm totally going to switch my tone and try and rally the cause.
Okay. So what are you attempting to communicate, Alice?
That many of us have been fucked over by Charles. That we have been abducted. We have been isolated from each other. And that although we're anarchs, doesn't mean we can't have a common cause to take care of someone who has been hurting our own, and then makes a bullshit blood hunt call. Come on, guys.
As you finish, you feel pain behind your eyes.
Oh, fuck. Not now, not now, not now.
You see a door that is swinging ajar. Through the door, you see Philadelphia. Inside the door, you see markings, sigils, things that look similar but different from what you've seen inside of your club. It looks like fingers have been drugged through them. You see a body. Perforated. You hear footsteps. Tons of footsteps. It's dark. But in that darkness, you see the slash of a very wicked smile. And then you're back.
Do I recognize the door at all? As of a door I've ever seen?
No, but it definitely looks like a door is to a building, like maybe roof access.
Does she
Okay.
Alice, do you recognize the
The smile, the
Yep.
person.
I was
Smile.
going down the line. So the sigils. Do I actually recognize any of them, or is it simply like you said, they're familiar, but I don't know?
Yeah, it's familiar,
Okay.
but it's not. When you come out of your
Wait, do I recognize the body?
premonition, the very first thing that your eyes lock onto is the little Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo looking guy. And he has his hands to his temples and he is screaming.
I told you he was the other Malk. Yeah, I told you he was the other Malk.
The one who's standing over by me?
Yes.
Yeah.
To the group I approached?
Yeah.
I bolt. I jump the stage and I head right towards Vic's direction, right towards this little guy. I mean, immediately.
Okay, so you're heading towards Vic to get towards the other coterie. Michael, what are you doing?
Well, I've totally stopped doing the whole thing, and
try mingling with some of the group. So I'm trying.
No, what's it called? I check the peeps and see what their reaction was to like to her and the other person breaking out into a vision. And isn't the other one a Malkavian too in the Primogen?
Bianca? Yes.
So I look at Bianca.
She has definitely seen something, but she's leaving. In fact, the other Primogen are exiting the stage quickly.
Okay. I follow Pixie.
Okay. So Alice is heading for Vic. Michael's heading after Alice. Idaho, what are you doing?
So that was it then, even though I had my 4 successes or whatever it was, or 5, and had my chit chat with Gigi. Gigi's done nothing else.
He has not given you. He certainly has not said yes or no, but he is certainly attempting to argue with you.
He sounds like a little bitch.
I don't really know what else to do. I said my thing.
Keep arguing with him. Convince him. Go one more time for a convince. Be like, listen.
Or you have. This is cheating on my part, but you have dealt with Nosferatu before. Maybe instead of attempting to deal with him like you are, maybe treat them like you've treated them before.
Use their currency.
Use them. Offer info.
That's not what I picked up from what you just said, Knox. I did not pick up negotiate with information from that. I picked up treat them like they're normal people.
No, I meant treat them as you've treated them before.
Treat as you treated other Nosferatu before.
That's what I thought I did. Just like when we met Sunny, I treated her nice and she became my friend. I didn't go up to her and say, I got info to bargain with you. So I guess I'm still a little confused, but whatever. I mean, at this point, I don't even know that it would enter my mind to try to negotiate with the guy. He's going to do what he's going to do with his group. He's got 2 of his people that are trying to persuade him. I'm trying to persuade him.
Why don't you try and like entice him with the information? It's like, aren't you all about information? Don't you want to know whether or not he sold you out or not?
Or even the information we have on Carmine?
Don't you want to know how we showed up with Carmine?
All right.
No, it's how it's.
I mean, it's however you think Idaho would handle it. If you think Idaho would basically be backing off at this point.
We just know you've offered these people information before.
It's not just that. It's just that I'm kind of like, so basically what you're saying is my previous role and the things I've said so far haven't done it. I've just got to keep doing it.
Or try a different approach.
Okay. Well, because I'm not 100% convinced that he's going to help us. If it was more like, offer me some info and I'll jump in on y'all's side. You know, but with the NOS, it's more like I tell you some info and you hope that they're interested in it, and they tell you info and you hope you're interested in that too.
Yeah, yeah, but part of like, getting toys from Santa Claus is writing a fucking list in the first place.
Well, and the other thing I was going to say is maybe, not to put too fine a finger on it, but maybe you are too focused on one objective and not seeing something else that's happening in front of you.
Probably. But I'm also trying to think, like, what would Idaho know? All right, I'll say, all right. So you asked me if I had proof that Charles colluded with the SI, and you said you knew how we got in, how we were all abducted. You said you knew that, right?
He goes, yeah, anybody who's worth their salt, who's been around since 9/11, knows exactly how it happened.
Okay. I mean, yes would have been sufficient. Say, well, I mean, there's probably more information I know. I mean, what'd you think of Carmine showing up?
He goes, I mean, Carmine's been out of the game for a bit. I'm not entirely sure how that's relevant to what we're talking about now.
Are you curious about how he got here?
Where he's been?
He's like, I'm certain it'd be worth something, but Gigi is like, I'm just failing to understand why these two are attempting to convince me to take up this cause against this blood hunt. You're saying, trying to tell me that it has something to do with Carmine. Help me out here. I'm not making a connection.
Neither am I, Storyteller. Neither am I. This is feeling like it's way more difficult than it should be. Okay, so you know what, dude? I don't know. To me, we came here to try to stop Charles from taking over the fucking city. Because Charles is a piece of shit and only cares about Charles. He don't care about me. He don't care about you. He don't care about those other ass-sucking Camarillas. He don't care about nobody but his fucking self. He's gonna call a blood hunt on the Thin Bloods when he shouldn't do that. What's the next thing he's gonna do that he shouldn't do that you don't think that he would do?
Very well put.
So what I'm trying to say is, get your ass in the game. And if you're too chicken shit to do that, maybe I got something I can trade you to compel you to get your ass in the game.
He gets right up on you and he goes, fine. It's fine. You want me in the game so bad? Here it is. Give me a reason. Give me an actual tangible proof of the things you're saying.
Ugh.
We have the jars at the club.
We have the jars at the club.
Of what I don't understand why y'all just
The
said
jars that Carmine, remember Carmine was cut up in all his body parts? They cut him up.
All the
pieces,
proof.
They put him in the jars.
Okay, whoa. Is that what Gigi just asked me for, proof of Carmine?
No.
Proof of like anything.
Just proof of anything of
that we're
you say
claiming.
you have information. What do you have that I would give a fuck about?
He
right?
just-
Am
he
I
did
getting
not
that right,
say
Storyteller?
He did not say that. He said, "Give me proof of what you just said."
Well, what Gigi said was telling you to give proof of Charles's wrongdoings, basically. He said not the stuff, the political stuff, the actual wrongdoings. He says, "You give me proof."
The fact that
You're
the fact that Charles stood on stage and just called a blood hunt against all of the Thin Bloods, that's not proof enough for you?
It's political posturing. He goes, yeah,
It's gonna lead
Carmine showing up. Yeah, it put a fire under his ass. Yeah, he wasn't able to declare praxis, except under all of the assholes who think that he's already should be declared Prince of Philadelphia. Yeah,
Oh my God, I wish
great
I walked
job.
over there first.
He said, great job. You managed to accomplish your job splendidly. You still haven't managed to convince half of these people of the madness that you and the Baron are spitting on stage. Give me proof. Give me something that I can go back to the rest of my sewer rats, and I can have them spread, and I can have them take across the city.
Well, I don't
What
have
about
proof.
the fact that he had him killed, dismembered, and held
don't have proof. I get what you guys are saying, but we don't have proof of that.
We have the leftovers.
It's
the
sitting in the
remnants of it.
club. If they
That
want to
doesn't
come to
prove
the
that
club
Right,
Charles
but-
did
and
it.
come,
What the hell,
Wait.
guys? I'm
No,
not
but-
understanding what y'all are trying to tell me.
But what Idaho is saying is correct. That's proof that Carmine was dismembered, not that Charles had anything to do with it.
We have no proof that Charles did all this shit we're saying. In fact, it would be
I thought we
brilliant.
somehow found like not fingerprints, but like I for some reason thought that we had something linking.
We to Carmelo. We know we had linking to Carmelo, but we don't know if Carmelo was working with Charles, if Charles was in on it.
Okay, that's
But
where I got
Carmelo's
fucked
it.
up. So
It's-
I'm
it's
sorry.
actually-
I
Carmelo's
just figured,
it.
to me, even if we're not trying to prove,
It's very possible that Knox could pull a fast one on us next episode and say, psych, Charles wasn't working with the SI. Someone else was, because we don't have proof that he was. And
Okay.
so
I wouldn't do that. But I
again,
could.
that is my foul up. I
You could
really
do it
did
in
think
Charles.
that when we were going through the whole club and then had to sneak in and then do the thing, I thought along the way somewhere that we had found or inferred that he was connected to this. So
Didn't the guy that had twisted himself up say something?
the guy that had twisted himself up.
The old vampire that was in the
Oh, you mean the Smeetsy,
Alistair.
yes.
Alistair. Did he
Alistair.
say something that did he tell us that Charles was involved? I don't remember if he did or not, but if he did, I don't know how that would either be proof either.
Yeah, I would pretty sure that would still constitute hearsay.
Yeah,
Right,
and
I was
coming from a Sabat, I mean,
well, you know, it's at a point. Like if you don't
So here's what I'm going to say.
care,
I'm going to say, Gigi, you've got a point. I would love to get some proof, some hard proof, and use your guys to disseminate that throughout the city. Unfortunately, I don't have that right now. And I'm going to look at Sonny and go, if that ever comes into my hands, I would be happy to go forward with your suggestion.
GG goes, well then, we've got an agreement.
Great.
You give me proof, and I'll be the one to help you spread it. But until then, he's like, we don't have anything to go on. It's hearsay. That's why half the people here aren't up in arms about this.
Well, I mean, we came here to stop the taxes. I mean, the other thing would
hopefully
just
enough people will, you know, things about Carmine will, maybe he will give us some kind of credit for saving his ass.
All right, we'll find out. Say, all right, well, hey, you know,
Just go talk to
pleasure
Carmine.
talking to you as always. And I'm just going to walk off.
Noel chases after you really quick.
Ooh.
And grabs your hand, Idaho, looks at you and goes, who is in control of your club?
Who is in control of
Who was in control of your club?
when we were in prison?
Yes.
I'm assuming it was Carmelo.
Where is he?
He's dead.
Where's his body?
I don't know. Oh, wait, did we? Shit, what did happen to his body?
That's a good question.
That is an excellent
What
question.
happened to his body, Michael? You murdered him.
I don't think that was ever discussed. I think because the game ended that night on
When like I heard
and
Michael.
training.
And then Michael charged
When you
off
killed
after
Carmelo.
Seb.
You did your little flash celerity move and went out the balcony and grabbed him from a moving vehicle and pulled him out and sucked him dry. And then your touchstone was there watching. And
Yeah.
that's how the
Charged
night
off
ended.
And you charged
That,
after
yeah,
Seb.
that was.
So
what
I don't
happened to the
think
body?
disposal of the body was ever talked about unless
That's
that was
what
in a solo
she's
session.
giving us a hint.
Okay, right. But before I know what I want to say to her. But before I proceed, I was just making sure. So we don't know what happened to the body.
Correct.
So what does that mean? Does that mean Michael just left it laying on the street? I mean, Michael wouldn't have done that, would he?
Well, in that moment, as he was confronted with his touchstone,
Okay.
he very well might have.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to look at Noel and say, I don't know what happened to the body. I mean, Michael killed the guy and then disappeared. Just like right now. Michael killed the guy. I mean, are you trying to tell me that if you had the body, you could do some kind of voodoo on it and get some info out of it?
She goes, no, but the Hakata could.
Okay, so we'll just add. Let me just pull out the list of things we need to do, and a 50-foot piece of rolled up paper comes out of my pocket. Right on here. Okay, find Dickhead's body if it still exists. Okay, all right. What else could we possibly do to further this?
Noel says, "It's all I've got. It's a lead. It's a short one.
I'll work on it. I mean, but there were other people involved besides. I mean, Carmel Head was being played. He wasn't a player.
He was low hanging fruit.
He thought he was a baller, but yeah.
Somebody else, and this is what I'm saying to her. I'm saying somebody else was controlling him. Somebody else was in charge of him. He didn't go in there and put all those runes inside our club. He certainly did not overpower Carmine. So something else. There's other people that were involved in this that may still be breathing and may still could be compelled to talk.
Noel says, then who is behind Carmelo?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know, but there's got to be somebody. Carmelo did not do this on his own.
Roy would know.
And Roy might know. Roy was keeping a close eye on our club.
She looks at you and smiles.
Roy was in the club.
Sounds like you have two leads.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I am going
There's our help.
Everything I possibly can. In the meantime, if you and Sonny come up with anything that would be beneficial, I would be greatly indebted to that.
She goes, I'll help whoever I can.
I really do appreciate it.
Vic, Alice, Michael. Were you Idaho? You were walking away at that point, right?
Yeah.
So you're rejoining. I'm guessing you're going to go rejoin them.
So if I'm done talking to Noel, then I'm going to head to the coterie. Yeah.
Alice.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were making a beeline.
Over for Mr. Magoo.
Yeah. What are you trying to do?
Just communicate with him. Like, yeah, I know you saw something, you felt something. Like, what happened?
When he stops screaming, it's almost like stop motion animation. At one moment, he's got his hands to his temples, and he is shrieking. And then his hands are by his side, and he's clear-eyed, looking seemingly through the crowd. And they're here. We need to go now. We need to leave.
Should we go up? At the roof?
When the other 3 members of the coterie see him act like that, they basically grab him by the arms and they're gone.
I scream back to the stage. I scream back to the stage at Michael. Like, we need to get.
At this point, we should be all together. No, we're all
okay.
together.
I didn't realize you came down. Okay.
Yeah, no, we follow suit.
Okay. Well, yeah, I see this whole commotion and I'm looking at you guys and I'm like, yeah, I saw something fucked up too. It was a door, but it was roof access. I don't know where.
Get out of here.
Should we follow the hunch or head for the car?
Fuck! I can't believe I public. God damn it!
It was the hunch was to go to the roof instead.
I won't. She not so much hunch, but the vision I saw, the same guy that this guy's freaking the fuck out. My vision was I was seeing through a rooftop door overlooking the whole city. I don't know. It was just,
Could that be something coming down from the roof to try to get all of us? I mean, we should get out of here. We're underground at the end of an elevator. I mean, we should get out of here.
Michael, what do you think we should do?
Leave ASAP, since we just made a fool out of ourselves. We stopped the thing. We have a bunch of half bloods that are in danger in our place. If there's a blood hunt on, then we have to go back home and Batten down hatches.
Yep.
So you
All right,
guys. So
you guys
okay.
go. I'm gonna go grab Threnody and Raoul. Tell them they
Yes.
need to get out too.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
You guys round up anyone else you see that are allies that we know.
All right, I'm gonna go make sure Royce gets out. I'm worried about him.
I don't give a fuck about nobody.
I'll make sure he gets out because I'm gonna beat his ass when he gets outside.
Yeah. But I will say something on the way out to our NOS friends if they haven't already picked up on it and left.
So, going down the list. So, Michael, you're heading for a way out.
I mean, like, yeah, I think it's like time because like we like kind of made a fool out of ourselves at this end point, and everything's like falling to shit. So I might as well like get out in the chaos.
Okay, Alice, you're going with Michael.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like kind of reluctantly, I'm huffy, I'm pissy. Like I feel like there's something that I'm trying to figure out mentally and nobody's listening to me. So I'm just kind of behind Michael, just like, okay, let's go.
Vic, you were headed back in.
Well, we were never outside, right? We just went to the back.
Like you're right, but you're like, but what I mean that you're
into the room deeper,
back into
the room,
deeper
yeah,
into the theater.
If Threnody and Raoul are still there, yes, I want to make sure they get out.
When you go back, you don't see them.
Okay.
In fact,
I turn around.
Some people seem to be leaving kind of lackadaisically, like, oh well, I guess this is done. Some people have kind of picked up on the panic from between Alice and the other Malkavian, and the fact that the Primogen made a very quick exit, and they have all decided that it's about time to GTFO. Some people, like Royce and Angela, they are still just fucking screaming at people.
Fuck them, I don't care. If I don't see Raoul or Threnody and I don't see anyone else worth saving, then I'll turn around and I'll follow the group out.
Idaho, you said you were gonna try to get the attention of the NOS?
Yeah, but I have a question.
Go.
We're underground, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so the way out, as far as we know, is through the elevator.
That is true.
We don't have a ton of options here. We're not in a good place to be stuck in danger.
Are there stairs?
We can look around. So yes, as we're heading, if our NOS friends are still there.
Is Thomas around? Can we see Thomas?
Thomas is looking. He is standing in the middle of the lobby. He is doing his best Professor Snape imitation, attempting to direct traffic and warn people against breaking Elysium.
Man, that motherfucker just gets people killed.
Individuals might be listening to him. As a group, they're just kind of going around him. You see some people are waiting in groups near the elevators. There are people who are wandering off kind of to the sides on both sides of the theater, and there do appear to be stairs.
Do we see any of the Primogen?
No.
So they had another way out, presumably. Maybe one of us could check behind the stage. I mean, how big is the crowd? I mean, is it like you're going to have to wait several rides of elevators to get out?
Yeah, there are groups of people. It's a pretty decent amount of space.
Fuck that. Okay, so are the NOS, are Nawal and Sunny still there?
No, they have followed your lead.
Okay. So
they're with us?
They're not like with you, but
I think okay.
I'm gonna grab my phone and I'm gonna text Sunny. I'm gonna say 911, get the hell out of here. Something's going down. Something bad is happening. Then I'm gonna say, wait a minute, you're a NOS. Do you know a quick way out of here?
The text immediately comes back, stairs left.
Here we go.
All right.
Well, I'm glad we had to hear it from Sunny.
What the fuck?
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Idaho.
What the hell
Yeah,
does that
man.
mean?
It means that I've been saying let's look for stairs for the last God knows whatever.
I
And
heard
you have to
rooftop.
wait for Sunny to say something. It's fine, Idaho. You don't want to fucking listen. It's fine.
I don't quite understand exactly
Goodness.
that whole thing, but okay. Yeah, let's continue.
As
I don't think he truly
Stairs.
understands how fucking bipolar this character is.
No, I mean, I didn't even hear stairs from you. I heard a rooftop, and I.
So we're heading towards the stairs, right?
So you're heading towards the stairs. There is a large group of people who are congregating in front of the elevator. They seem to be pretty agitated. The stairs are encased in like glass with like filigree on the outside to make it all look all nice, but so you can still see the crowd. As you start heading up the stairs, doors open. And you watch as tendrils of black
Fucking Shaw.
pour out of the elevator. They go down Thomas's mouth.
Poor Thomas.
And it's like watching him get pulled like taffy.
Oh my
Just
God.
pulled in two.
I just start shoving people like by the head, just like a tiny little me climbing on shoulder, like whatever I can do. I'm frantic and I'm like, no.
Are there people all in the stairs?
There are not very many people on the stairs, although now that this has happened and people are starting to scream.
Go.
We need
Start
to get
going.
More people
Go,
are
go,
going.
go,
we need
go.
to lead the
Go,
rush
go, go,
out.
go, 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 go. Yeah.
This is followed by gunshots, multiple gunshots, as the elevator doors open and Sabat pour out.
Yep.
They're armed with automatic weapons. They're armed with shotguns.
We're GTFOing. We're continuing to GTFO as we were doing. So GTFO.
Another great example of how Charles is protecting us. He's getting us all in the same place to be massacred by the SWAT.
I guess some people might be believers after all.
As you escape up the stairs, you can hear still the screams. You can hear gunshots. You hear what sounds like laughter.
We have to go back for Samantha.
I'm sure Shaw's having a good time.
Your baby mama.
When you exit out, you are what looks like a block or two over from the theater. Kindred come out behind you. They're just scattering. What do you guys do?
Well, we were brought here in a limo, so I guess we got to hoof it.
Yep.
Who's got carjacking as a skill?
Where are we, by the way?
So the Walnut Street Theater is on 825 Walnut Street, which does not help you at all.
Oh yeah, over there.
It is basically in the heart of Center City.
Okay.
So you are not terribly far away from home turf.
And now we're out in the evening with all the lights and such.
It is indeed late in the or I guess I should say early. Right now, it's probably about 4 a.m.
Yeah, we better hustle.
All right. I would assume though we're in the center of the city, so there's got to be lights, there's got to be cars, right?
Yeah, there's not a whole ton of people who are out and milling around, but there are certainly cars on streets. There's street lights that are on. There's still all of the business lights that are on.
Can I try jacking a car?
I mean, might as well just seduce somebody into giving you their keys.
Well, I was wondering if there's like cars on the street or if there's people actually driving the cars.
There's both. You could, you could pretty easily go either way.
Okay, well then let's find the most suitable vehicle for Vic.
Yeah, not the Mini Cooper.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna get a smart car. Oh wait, no.
The Miata.
Yeah. So is there something that looks like it'd be suitable for all 4 of us, 5 of us, however many there are now, 12 of us?
You see a really hot girl on a Vespa.
Okay, after we deal with that, okay, first we go talk and say, hey, what's going on?
Oh, Lord of mercy.
You see a couple different options. Some of them are in better shape than they not. There's some people who are driving trucks. There's a couple vans that are out. People who are doing delivery runs. It really.
Come on, there's got to be an Uber on
I know
available
City,
at this hour.
Center City, 4:00 in the morning after parties. There's got to be a Escalade somewhere pretending to be an Uber.
There's SUVs and stuff like that.
All right, well then I'm going to go up to the nearest. I just basically wanted to find the nearest vehicle that would work for us.
Okay.
That's occupied by a driver, presumably.
Okay.
And I guess I'm going to go up to him and hopefully do I find one that's just like one guy driving by himself?
There is a not in particular good shape Ford Escape that's got kind of a skeezy looking character who's sitting in the front.
And he's by himself?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm just going to go up to
then
the
just
guy.
convince him to give it to us. I don't want to ride with this freak.
No. I was planning to do that. I'm going to go up and I'm going to turn on the awe and say, hi, I need your car. Get the fuck out.
Okay, so you are going to attempt to persuade
now
him.
Idaho's playing by my rules.
Yeah. This is his one chance, and then after this, I turn it over to Vic. I mean, this is his one chance.
Okay, so that's
just one chance.
So that's going to be. You're going to turn on awe.
Aww.
Here we go.
So that's going to give you your presence added to your dice roll to persuade. So charisma 4, persuasion 3 plus 2, so 9. So 7 and 2. Nice try.
Oh, geez. Is that enough or not?
That is not even close to enough to convince someone to get up their car.
I'm using
Let me see.
He's like, you are hot. You're not hot enough to give up my car.
I'll re-roll my 3.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Okay, because I was about to offer.
If I don't
Be
make
like,
it on
sexy
this,
lady.
Oh, I was going to say that's Vic's turn to rip the door off and just throw the guy out of the car.
Okay, so re-roll.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
You do not convince him to give up the car. He said you convince him to give you a ride, though.
Yeah, good. Fine. Jump in.
It's fine.
Everybody jump in.
Fine.
All right.
So you all hop in. You're riding shotgun. He puts his hand on your thigh.
Say, hey, further up. So it's not as fixed.
He turns on Wham's Careless Whisper.
Oh, God.
This could not get any better. How about relax? How about Frankie Goes to Hollywood? Let's do it. Go on. Okay, so I'm going to tell him go to drive and, tell him where to go and get on with it.
So he drives. It is not a particularly long drive. There's not very many people out there. He is not a particularly careful driver. He just straight up accidentally runs one red light, nearly gets you T-boned because he's too busy staring at Idaho.
Look, man, eyes on the road.
He gets you to the club formerly known as New Rain. And as you're getting out of the car, he's like, "Hey, what hey, I helped you out. Can I like get a phone number here? What are we doing?"
Let's go. All right, so we're close to wrapping it up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to turn to the other three. It's just the four of us now, right?
Yes.
Sure, that's all that would fit.
I'm going to turn to the other three and I'm going to say, I'm going to go take care of business with this guy. Wait, is the car, where's windows tinted?
No.
Oh, fuck it. All right, whatever.
Hey,
I was going to actually
he's at least a snack.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I was going to use his car to go stay somewhere else tonight.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to go up to the guy and try to feed off him.
So are you going to go with him? Like, be like, "Hey, let's go back to your place," and then feed on him there? Or are you just like trying to feed on him there and then be like, "Fuck you, get out," and then go to the apartments?
I really would like to. I'm really getting tired of sleeping in the same place every night. I really am, but I guess I'm gonna have to risk it another night. It seems like we never have time for me to deal with this. I don't want to take a chance on going back to his place. Who knows what the fuck his place is?
Well, ask him. Just ask him, does he live alone? Does he have a girlfriend? Like, what's up? And then you could knock him out, sleep in his place, and come back the next night.
I mean, that was a thought, but I just okay. So,
it's
where's your place? Where's your place? You live close by?
No, I live on the other side of town. He goes, "But got plenty of room in bed for you, baby."
Where you live alone?
I mean, I got a roommate.
I don't know if I'm interested in that. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is say, well, hey, I don't have that much time. Let's go to this alley right here.
He's pretty amenable to it.
And I'm going to rip his head off.
So how much are you going to
I just need the one.
Okay. So you sink your fangs in and you can taste the familiar tang of crystal meth.
I'm gonna go for two.
It is
kind
of.
How do we make the same face?
It is a harsh but energetic taste.
Like burning tires?
Kind of. A little bit.
That's it. I'm draining him dry.
A little bit of ammonia.
He is totally into it. Like, dude is like, "Can I get your number? Can I see you again tomorrow? Can we do this more?"
Say, yes, we can. What's your name?
He's like, "I'm Danny."
Okay, give me your number, Danny, and I'll take his number.
Danny gives you his number.
All right, say, all right, now get the hell out of here.
Danny is like, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow."
You call me, right? You promised.
I love you, Daddy.
Daddy,
Nice.
Idaho.
I got me a hookup. All right, that's good. I'm good.
Okay. Vic, you have gotten back to the club. What are you doing? How are you finishing up your night?
I want to be close to. Is Lane the only? Not Lane. Ruby the only thin blood we have?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure she's safe. I mean, I know Al's already headed that way, but you know, I want to make sure she's safe. I want to make sure she's.
You can crash in my place, man.
No, I'm not talking about crashing in. I'm just talking about like making sure her room is secure, making sure.
Oh, okay.
Like making sure that you know.
When you get up there, she is completely panicked. She is freaking out. So is Lane. They are on edge. They want to know what is going on. They want to know why they need to be worried. What's going on? What's happening?
Well, the Camarilla put out a blood hunt on all Duskborn.
Lane has a giant oh shit look on her face. Ruby
I'm just confused.
is like, what does that even mean?
That means if any cams see you, they will kill you on sight.
She immediately is like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, 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 fuck. So you check her. The apartment is as secure as it ever is.
Okay.
So the question is, how do you just head back to your apartment or yours and Romano's apartment?
Unless they want me to stay closer. I mean, if they want me to stay in an apartment closer, just so that I'm close by in case anything happens, or if they would feel safer with me closer, that's fine.
Well, your hunger's only at a 1, so you don't need to hunt. So you are. That is completely up to, of course, to Alice.
No, yeah. I mean, I kind of already had that idea to just, it should hit the fan. I think I'd rather have you close, but I want to make sure that she feels safe. So,
as I said, I don't want to intrude. I don't want to
no, just one of the nearby apartments
I
with
just
a
want
bed.
to be close by in case anything happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alice, what are you up to? For you?
Well, I figure I've either arrived with Vic or shortly after.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to consider that I've heard the conversation.
Yeah, we'll just say that you were there too.
Okay. First things first, I know you're freaking out right now, but it is very close to bedtime. Are you hungry? Do you need to eat? What do we need to do to take care of you right now in this moment?
I'm fine. I know. I shouldn't be out.
No, you cannot leave this room. You cannot leave this apartment. I wouldn't even go downstairs. Just stay the fuck here until we figure out what's going on.
She's like, how long is this gonna last?
Pending
this isn't how blood hunts usually work.
Yes, this is a
blood
very,
hunt is
very
usually put out for
cause.
an individual, and then that blood hunt is over as soon as that individual is dead.
This is
so what happened tonight at Elysium is something very different. Charles basically declared a blood hunt on all Duskborn.
I'll put it I'll put it this way. None of us has ever been through something like this. It is wholly new to everyone. So we're all trying to pick up the pieces and figure out why this is, how this is, and how to stop it. But until then, I have to keep you safe.
She's like, okay, I'll be here. I'll stay here.
Okay.
It should also be mentioned that upon our leaving Elysium, the club was attacked by the Sabbat. So there might be a lot of Cam dead after tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's going to be a very much wait and see till the smoke clears situation.
I mean, I'm kind of teared up.
But there is chaos about.
I hope Royce made it.
What's my hunger at?
You're at 1.
Okay, good.
I think Idaho was the only one that was hungry.
No, Michael's at 4.
Are you retiring with Alice and Lane?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a long night.
Michael, what are you doing?
Is my hunger also low or is it high?
You're at like a 4? I'm kidding. You're at a 1.
You're good. You're good. Let it ride. Let it ride. We're all at a 6. It's all good.
That was an invisible spit take for me. I was like... No.
I should have roused the blood like 10 times throughout the night. Damn it.
It's kind of kicking him. Michael's. I'm kind of kicking myself for handling it so poorly at the end.
Yeah, but you convinced the Primogen Council. I mean, that was great. That first success.
The first success was great. The second one was foolish, and it might lead more.
It depends on how many people that disagreed with you are still alive.
I was about to say the same thing. we may have both fallen on semi-deaf ears, but now some of those ears may not have
Might
heads.
be dead.
So
Yeah.
Deaf ears may have turned to dead ears. So
Yeah.
Okay. Michael is basically going to be sending out some text messages or emails to individuals to our other people that we've interacted with and told that and talked to that are thin bloods and all of those communities, just putting out the word, being like, keep heads
keep your
low.
thin blood safe.
Thin bloods are there's an open call on thin bloods for the moment.
So, with that said, the sun is starting to rise in Philadelphia, Idaho. Final thoughts.
That was intense. I'm glad we finished it up. Really enjoyed it. Very, very fun. I just need to deal with this damn lack of a van issue real soon.
Next week. It'll be resolved next week, I promise.
Yeah, just as soon as I roll its van.
Actually, hold on real quick.
Make it a smart car.
Didn't we tell Moira to get us a vehicle?
I
Didn't we last week tell Moira to go?
Yeah,
Well,
but
because
So
there was
no.
I actually made a note.
I asked more about it a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. I'll find it. I know I made a note.
But I think my custom requirements were a little too strict, so maybe she hadn't found anything yet. I wanted a jacked up Bigfoot.
You're such a picky bitch, Idaho.
Yeah, I told her, I said, something large enough that I could sleep in and dark windows. That's pretty much all I said.
She's like, I found this busted up hearse. We're gonna duct tape the windows. It's gonna be
Hell
great.
yeah! Are you kidding? I'm all over that.
Yeah, so actually it would have been resolved on this session
Probably
had
while we
this
were
session
gone.
not been the carryover. So it had been a carryover from last.
So she did this at the same time. Like, she shows up and she's like, I got it. We're gone.
Yeah.
She's sitting there deflated. What?
Well, if there's a car waiting for me, but there's not a car waiting for me, is there?
Vic, final thoughts.
What a night. What a night.
Oh, what a night.
And I know we didn't do very well at reaching out to the other new anarchs that we just saw for the first time today. At least I saw for the first time today. But I think we probably need to work better at trying to get them, to get in with them. They may have some ideas about it or some notions about us that we might need to change, but might need to convince them.
Very fair. Alice, final thoughts.
I didn't get to talk enough shit tonight. No, of course, having my own little dustborn at home has me very worried. But as usual, Alice would rather just be angry and pissed off about it than show any vulnerability. So it's just a matter of straight out the gate tomorrow. And then on the other side of things, this so-called proof everyone wants, it's not good enough that we were abducted. It's not good enough that so many of us got fucked over and we can't band together over that. Everybody needs a fucking proof. So that's kind of on the back of Alice's mind of, yeah, that's okay, fine, let's find them their fucking proof.
Michael, final thoughts.
Mind is with the Duskborn. Concerned about possibly fucking things up for Seb with Victoria, and trying to figure out how to solidify some of this circumstantial evidence and figure out how to get some leverage on Charles. Something real.
So, with that, sun rises in Philadelphia. The Walnut Street Theater will need a lot of cleaning and a lot of repairs. But tonight, Elysium and our session are over. Though, of course, not this chronicle. Thank you all for an intense
No doubt.
scene.
Bring it up, bring it up.
This is what one might call a good example of social combat rather than physical combat.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Lots of new avenues, lots of new things to look into.
Yeah. The quest log continues to grow.
What did I do with that body?
He's gonna be going back through all the recaps. Like, what did we do?
Yeah. Oh my God. We can't keep track of all these new quests we're taking on because we never finished the early ones. And oh my God.
Oh god, no, that's me in Final Fantasy 14. You can ask Zack. Like, it's.
Zack, is that what takes
I went and did like all this other side quests, and I was like wondering why certain stuff wasn't working. He's like, "How long has it been since you've done MSQ?" And I'm like,
That's only if you did main storyline instead of
Yeah,
side
that's the
quests.
worst part of Final Fantasy.
a
Nobody does
while.
that.
Yep.
well,
Anywho.
we've had a fantastic night. We've had, as far as today, 4 new followers. The Naked Raider, Kid Dynamite Gaming,
Nice.
Judge Judy Slayer,
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
and Redstorm 404, who jumped in the chat to let us know they are from Brazil.
Oh, very nice.
Very, very cool. We're spreading out there, getting around the world a little bit, which is great. Yeah, we really appreciate you guys, and especially for lurking. I know that it's not everybody's cup of tea to jump in chat while they're trying to listen to the story, so we definitely appreciate all you lurkers hanging in out there. That's it for tonight. Feel free to check me out on all my other social media. It's down there in my bio. And just thanks again to everybody. Just a side note, I've had a lot of health issues. My computer completely went schizo on me. I had to crowdsource for a new computer, and I could not be more thankful to everyone that helped me out. So far, I'm loving this machine. Everything's working out perfectly. Literally, when we did the build, we're putting the case together. I'm like literally praying on the box. I'm just like, please work, please work. Plugged her in, got that motherboard beep. Windows started downloading. It was just smooth as anything could be. And I again, couldn't have done this without everybody. So
I think that's the first time she's seen me build a computer from scratch. Like every other time that she's seen me do anything, it's just been like upgrading like one.
We've done
one or two
piece and
components
piece
of
and
the
piece
piecemeal.
and piece.
So this is the first time she's seen me like actually just put the whole thing together, and so
It's shake and bake, and I helped.
Nice.
I held things. But we'll leave it there, guys, before I start crying. And no streaming tomorrow, but I do hope to possibly by Wednesday. I'm got to make sure some of the games still, work, and I've got all my save files.
You lost a lot of your scenes to your streaming, your OBS stream scenes, so you're gonna have to
I managed to get
those.
I managed to get the bare bones to get us running tonight, but there's a few little tweaks that got lost along the way. So I'm gonna take a day or so, figure all that out, and you'll see me back here. So everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you to my beautiful cast and storyteller, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.